Oman Gul Azef about this book. The book Azef is a reworking of my novel General Bo. I would like to tell you about the history of this novel and why I'm publishing it now. In Russian, the first edition of General Bo in 2 volumes was published in Berlin in 1929 by the publishing house Petropolis. The book sold out quickly. In the same year, Petropolis published a second edition in 1 volume. General Bo was also successful in foreign languages. In 1930, it was published in German. 1. Roman Gull, Boris Savinkov, Der Romanensteroristen, Autorisiert Übersetzung von Frisch, Pulsal Verlag, Berlin, Wien, Leipzig 1930, in French. 2. Roman Gull, Lancers des Bombes, Azef, Traduit par N. Gutermann, Librairie Gallimard Paris 1930, in Latvian. 3. Romans Gulls, Kansas Organizacijos Generalis, Romans, R. Autororat Lodjutalkagis Valdis Grevins. A Gulbiariamanu Biblioteca, Riga 1930, and 2 editions in English, in England and America. 4. Roman Gull, General Bo, authorized translation by L. Zerine, edited by Stephen Graham, Ernest Bon Limt, London 1930. Roman Gull, Provocateur, a historical novel of the Russian Terror, authorized translation by L. Zerine, edited with an introduction by Stephen Graham, Harcourt, Brace & Company, New York 1930. In 1931, the novel was published in Spanish. 5. Roman Gull, Los Lanzadores de Bombas, Azef, Savinkov, translated by Armando Lazaro at Ross, Zev's editorial, Madrid 1931. In 1932, in Lithuanian. 6. R. Gull, Sprogstantius Bombas, Romanus, Permagidalis, Vertpikazinitis, Cornus 1932. In 1933, in Polish. 7. Roman Gull, General Bo, Pawisk, Prozilozila Zedrosadzkiego Halina Pilichowska Tałaziswo Widornik Zroj, Warsaw 1933. In addition to book editions, General Bo was published in several foreign newspapers. Not long ago, my American friends who visited Warsaw told me that my novel General Bo in the translation of Galina Polichowskaya was reissued and is now on sale in Poland. It was published in 1958 by the publishing house Książka. This republication was done without my permission and without my knowledge. Long before the last war, the Russian edition of General Bo was sold out. The book disappeared from the market. The same thing happened with foreign editions. But it was not only this that prompted me to publish it now in a revised form. I wrote the novel General Bo more than 30 years ago, and despite its undoubted success, this novel, when I thought about it, had long ago caused me a certain author's suffering. In my youth, when I wrote it with linguistic and stylistic pretentiousness characteristic of youth, and probably even obligatory for youth, with some inner need to encroach on the classic phrase. Naturally, much that was unnecessary, in my current opinion, in the overall composition of the novel, and in its structure, was associated with this. Years have passed. All these encroachments now cause me nothing but a feeling of awkwardness and annoyance. And so I wanted to put the book in order, and, above all, give it simplicity and clarity in style and composition. This was one of the motivations for revising and publishing. Another, and decisive, impetus was an article by the famous French writer, winner of the Femina Prize, Christian Maigret in the Weekly Carifer of August 24, 1955. This article, 8, Christian Maigret, UN Malraux Camasavant la Letter, a proposal for a selection of Douze Mille's Romans étrangers, Carifer, Le 24 Rayo at 1955, fell into my hands completely by chance, here in New York. From my friends. No review of my novel, and there were many in different languages, was as valuable to me as Maigret's article, which unexpectedly appeared 25 years after the novel's release. Maigret wrote this article about a competition for translated books in Paris. For me, the article is valuable both for André Malraux's review, and for how Maigret put the Azef theme into modern times. I will cite Christian Maigret's article. Author the predecessor of Malraux Camus. It is difficult to understand how a valuable literary work can pass unnoticed in our day. The competition of publishers, The multitude of literary prizes, the abundance of critics, the advertising specialists, all this suggests the possibility of overestimating a work of literature rather than underestimating it. In my opinion, there are no longer any writers who, like Stendhal, must be content with posthumous fame. But of course there are many writers, even those who have enjoyed success, who are nevertheless doomed to oblivion. We no longer have unknown writers, but we have writers who are unjustly forgotten. These thoughts came to me when I recently read the list, compiled by a jury of experts, of the 12 best foreign novels of this century that have won prizes. Nothing can be said about the giants of the time before 1914, Dickens, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. Their importance is well known. But here's what must be said about the wonderful foreign books of the period between the two wars. The younger generation no longer reads them. I asked several young people. They simply do not even know Conrad, Meredith, Samuel Butler, whom we admired in the 1930s, and who were later eclipsed by Faulkner, Dos Passos, Hemingway. I reread Conrad, Meredith and Samuel Butler, and it seemed to me that Lord Jim, the egoist, Erahan have not lost any of their charm, and are a wonderful source of fascinating reading for our youth, who feed mainly, if not exclusively, on Kafka. Then, while rummaging through dusty shelves of works from the 1930s in a library, I came across a truly remarkable and completely forgotten book, the author of which has not left his name in the memory of readers. Despite its thickness, I read it again in one sitting, and with the same delight as when I first read it, 20 years ago. It was Azef by Roman Gull. I know little about Roman Gull. At that time, our publishers had not yet imitated their Anglo-Saxon colleagues, who have a good habit of giving biographical information about authors on the dust jacket. All I know is that Roman Gull is Russian, that he was a comrade in the Penza Gymnasium of Tukhachevsky, the marshal who led the Red Army, and was shot in 1937, whose biography Gull wrote, and that Gull lived in Paris. A historical document and a work of art at the same time, but I remember how Malraux rated Azef very highly. People often talk about the critical intuition of Anne Rajide, but not enough about the intuition of Malraux, who was also a great discoverer of talent. It was Malraux who gave the American novelist Dashiell Hammett, also unknown, his due, one of the first, place. Malraux was so enthusiastic about Azef because the characters in this novel, the Russian socialist revolutionaries and terrorists of the beginning of the century, were the prototypes of his heroes from La Condition Humaine. Azef's main case, the murder of Minister Pleve, foreshadows 1917, the revolution in Shanghai and all the subsequent events that made Malraux say that the world was beginning to resemble his books. And it is in Azef that we find the first sketches of this world. The novel Azef is valuable because this book is prophetic. Russian terrorism of the 1900s is the beginning of the path to those 10 days that shook the world, and after which the world never recovered. This is a romanticized document with historical characters, some of whom were still alive when the book was published. It may be said that books of this kind are still too close to the events they depict to not become ephemeral, that the last war gave birth to books like Plivia Stalingrad, Malapat's Kaput, which are unlikely to be reread, and that this may explain and justify the oblivion of the novel Azef. Well, yes, I know all this well. Such is the fate of many literary testimonies. But Azef is not only a documentary novel, it is also a work of art, and art that is perfect and very personal. Each chapter of the novel is divided into fragments, sometimes very short, unrelated to each other, transporting the reader from one person to another, from one place to another, and these places are completely different, because the Russian terrorists of the beginning of the century traveled a lot, from Petersburg to Siberia, from Geneva to Paris and Moscow. This technique is reminiscent of Dos Passos' synchronization, and Sartre repeated it in Paths to Freedom. But in Gull's case this technique does not take away artistic subtlety at all, and is always motivated by the content of the novel. This unity of what the writer talks about with how he talks about it characterizes Gull as a great novelist. Roman Gull also masterfully possesses the gift of description, always objective and sharp. His novels are full of details, but there is never anything superfluous. This abundance, connected with the stinginess of the means of depiction, is another sign of mastery. Unforgettable figures. There are absolutely unforgettable figures in Azef. Azef himself, huge, corpulent, nasal, on thin legs, with small hands and feet, Azef, the head of a terrorist organization, and at the same time a police agent, Azef, distributing in his subtle calculations which assassinations he will carry out, and which he will hand over to the guard. Azef is the perfect embodiment of the repulsive image of a double agent. This is the type of people whom we have now come to know in countless variations. Only in his monstrous appearance does Azef surpass all these epigones of the Second World War. He laid the foundation for this type of double agent, at least if not in history, then in literature. Boris Savinkov, the head of a militant organization, a figure that attracts no less attention than the figure of Azef. His masquerade in the conspiracy on Pleve, his reincarnation as an elegant rich Englishman, a representative of a British bicycle company. He is a dandy, a dilettante and at the same time a convinced revolutionary. He loves women and nightclubs. He is the type of a rebel nobleman who has come to hate the class to which he should belong according to his tastes. He is stubborn in the revolutionary struggle and a skeptic about the goals of the revolution. He is not an idealist, like his comrades in terror, who are all more or less romantics. And yet he is not a nihilist. He is a subtle, complex and bright nature. Boris Savinkov is Camus' Islam revolt. The other numerous characters in the novel are shown no less vividly. Each has his own character, his own world of ideas, his own dreams. The author's achievement is not diminished by the fact that he took reality as the material for the novel. He did not distort it and managed to create artistic images. But even if the author had given us only the images of Azef and Savinkov, which he turned into human types, the novel Gul would have fully deserved not to be forgotten. I wonder how the public would have greeted the reissue of Azef. Christian Megret, the earth will thud dully, the yellow clay will close in, and the gentleman will be no more, who called himself I. B. Savinkov Chapter 1 Driving from Nikolaevsky Station along Nevsky, Boris Savinkov smiled. He didn't know at what, but he couldn't hold back his smile, because he was smiling at the life that was opening up. Near the Alexander Garden, Savinkov, looking back, saw the dark brown window palace, in all its Rastrelli-like splendor, illuminated by the Sunday too in the palace, in the emperor's office, with windows overlooking the Neva. State Secretary Vyacheslav Konstantinovich Pleve reported on measures to suppress the revolutionary movement in the country. The emperor knew that it was he, Pleve, who, as the director of the police department, crushed the revolutionaries. The Secretary of State had an intelligent face, a bristling mustache, an energetic look. Pleve reported to the emperor quickly, speaking passionately, but it seemed to Pleve that the emperor, not listening, was thinking about something else. The emperor nodded his head, thoughtfully said, yes, yes, and again he forgot the blue eyes on the firm face of the Secretary of State. The cabbie was driving along the middle avenue of Vasilievsky Island. Looking around, Boris Savinkov saw an announcement hanging on a string from the balcony of the third floor of a grey, neglected house. Savinkov, pointing at it, poked the cabbie in the back. He climbed the high, spiral, semi-dark staircase to the third floor. It smelled of backyards, but the houses on the middle are all the same. And Savinkov pulled the bell that was trembling shrilly in the house. The door did not open. There was nothing to be heard behind it. Savinkov pulled it several times, but when he was about to leave, the door swung open. He saw a gentleman in a jacket, without a collar, with crazy eyes. The gentleman said nothing for a minute. Then he said in a painful patter, "What do you want, young man? Is there a room to let here?" The man with the crazy eyes could not figure out whether there was a room to let here. He thought for a long time, and turning, he walked away from the door shouting, "Vera, show me the room." A girl with the same dark, frightened eyes came out to meet Savinkov. She was wrapped in a large shawl. "Do you want a room?" she said sing-songly. "Please come in." "Here," the girl said, opening the door. The room was of a strange shape, almost semicircular. A table with a kerosene lamp, a bed, a wash basin. Savinkov noticed the girl's embarrassment. She's probably never rented out a room. "How much is it?" 15 rubles, but if that's too much for you." The girl blushed, embarrassed. "No, I'll charge 15, said Savinkov. "Okay," and the girl, looking at him, became even more embarrassed. For the Imperial University seemed to Savinkov like an anthill in which a stick was twirled. Students who had come from all over Russia were indignant because they were young. The crowd in the famous corridor of the university was burning with indignation. Warsaw professors sent the minister greetings on the occasion of the unveiling of monument to General Muravyov, the suppressor of the Polish uprising. And from the crush, excitement, indignation, Savinkov felt as if a steel spring was straining inside him. He squeezed into the auditorium. Instead of Professor van der Vliet, a student in a Russian shirt with his hair thrown back ran up to the podium, shouting, "Comrades." Savinkov was squeezed at the podium. He saw how the speaker turned pale, how the Beatles broke through, and the student shouted with his mouth wide open. The audience exploded in a storm of applause from young hands. Savinkov's palms went cold, and he felt a sharp tremor inside. Running up to the podium, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Comrades," and began his speech 5 Roman Gul, as if the Petersburg night was floating outside the window. Savinkov could not sleep from the excitement of the speech and the crowd. The excitement turned into thoughts about Vera. She seemed fragile, with frightened eyes. Savinkov tossed and turned. He fell asleep when the windows turned blue. In the morning, Vera ran a warm hand over her sleepy face, stretched, pulling the blanket over her chin. Savinkov was coughing behind the wall. "Good morning, Vera Glebovna," he said cheerfully in the corridor. "Good morning." Vera smiled, not knowing why, and added, "Did you come late yesterday?" "Yes, I have things to do. I heard they were giving a speech at the university," and without waiting she said, "Oh, yes, student Kaliev came to see you. He said you know him. He's coming today." "Kaliev? This is my school friend." Vera Glebovna. Embarrassed by his intense gaze, Vera hurried easily down the corridor. And when she was going to class, a reckless driver in a blue kaftan showered her with snow dust that had fallen overnight at the 8th line. And this snow dust seemed extraordinary to Vera. 6th student Kaliev was absent-minded. He spent a long time getting confused in the lines of Vasilievsky Island. Even on Sredny he barely found the right house. A samovar was hissing on the table. A lamp in a green paper lampshade was burning. Savinkov was cutting bread, pouring tea into glasses, listening to Kaliev. "I barely got out, you see. I had no money. My mother had borrowed it from somewhere," Kaliev said with a slight Polish accent. "With money, Janek, we'll arrange it. The university, my friend, is burning." "What meetings? Have you heard about greeting professors?" Kaliev has bright, mocking eyes, unlike Boris's quick, Mongolian eyes. His face is ugly, ascetically thin. "Slaves," he said. "The only revolutionary organization is the cashier. I'll go in, and you should go in, Janek." Kaliev was thoughtful, not taking his eyes off the lampshade. He said, "I was riding here in a stinking carriage, packed to the brim, boots. Nobody cared. I didn't sleep all night. And I got out at the station. Silence, dawn, birds singing. I stand by the train and feel with my whole skin. To what?" Kaliev waved his hand, stood up, walked around the room. Above the night wall of grey dirty houses, in the Petersburg sky a few stars were burning. "The stars are burning," Kaliev said quietly, looking out the window. "It's dark in the sky, but the stars are still there. They burn and do not go out." Savinkov, laughing, embraced him. "You are a poet, Yanek. Do you want me to read you my latest poem?" In the greenish, from the lamp, twilight Savinkov stood up, thrown back, read abruptly. The leaves rustled chestnut, the lanterns flickered drunk. Someone passed by silently, bloodless pale faces on a sultry night in the capital, on a moonless night full of silence. I hear your sobs, the leaves rustle chestnut drunk, and I, innocent, seek justification. But, in my opinion," Kaliev said smiling. "Do you know who I love?" "Who?" "Metalink." 7. Vera knew his quick steps along the corridor. She knew that he was hastily unlocking the door. Savinkov knew why he was in a hurry to leave the meeting. Getting up, he said internally, "There's a light in the window." Entering, he heard Vera singing in a half voice behind the wall. And the louder Vera sang, the more he wanted to see her. The tune ended. Then it arose. Savinkov heard. The tune went into the dining room. Again began to approach. When he was at the door, Savinkov opened it. "How you scared me," Vera shuddered. There was a movement to support. Savinkov said, "I just came. Come in, Vera Glebovna. Let's sit down." Vera did not see his excitement. You didn't go to classes today. Why? I did. Oh, I did? We listened to Les Gaft. He was the favorite of the female students. It's so embarrassing to talk about Pyotr Francevich. Why? From the sixth line, with a ringing, roaring sound, the fireman turned out and thundered. The alarm bell sang plaintively on the distant watchtower. Vera was glad to see the fire, so she could get up. Going to the window, she said. A fire. Yes. In the darkness, among the white snow, firefighters were galloping along the street with torches. People were running. A fat woman with a stick was comically hobbling behind her. There's a fire somewhere, Savinkov said. Vera felt that he was so close that she couldn't turn around. Vera didn't have time to think. She wanted to close her eyes, break free, turn around. Instead, her head started spinning. Savinkov, holding her, kissed her eyes, cheeks, hands. Vera smelled cologne. She couldn't make out what he was saying. She saw that he was turning pale, becoming unusually close. And, feeling that he was falling under the whisper, Vera closed her eyes. Not feeling happy, she hugged him by the shoulders. 8. A beating was raging at student Eva Gordon's on Podayatcheskaya. The room was heavily filled with smoke. But the apartment was safe. That's why the members of the socialist circle were arguing. A brunette with a burning Semitic profile. Gordon stands by the door. In the middle, the Marxist student Savinkov gesticulates, demanding political struggle, rapprochement with the populists. The worker Comer listens, resting his hands on his knees, with a face, as if hewn with an axe. The student Rutenberg smokes. A red-haired middle-aged man with a horse-like, alabaster-colored face, M.I. Gurevich, gleams with a black pince-nez. He sits next to the worker Tolmachev, a dark-skinned gypsy who pinched the bridge of his nose with a crease to better understand Savinkov. Savinkov speaks of struggle, of terror. Tolmachev's heart is filled with melancholy. He claps his calloused hands, and Gurevich applauds, shouting, "That's right. Comrade Gurevich, be quiet," waves the hostess. "That's what you are, and you're an older one." "Oh, what are you saying, Comrade Gordon?" "That's right, Boris Viktorovich." Komay shouts. Savinkov holds out his hand for the cold tea, but Gurevich shakes his hand warmly. "You speak amazingly, great talent, father." He pats him on the shoulder in a fatherly manner. "Disperse, disperse, comrades. Not all at once. Are you going to Petersburgskaya, Comrade Savinkov?" Savinkov and Gurevich are leaving Podayatcheskaya. Both of them feel how smoky the room was. The dampness of the wet night sidewalks has enveloped them. And Eva Gordon opens the window. And a green-blue column of smoke from the socialist mug rises up into the pale Petersburg night. 9. A blue dawn was running from beyond the Neva. A strong Neva wind was blowing. Gurevich in a dark blue robe with fluffy tassels was sitting thoughtfully in his office. He had decided to spend this spring in the Crimea. His face was concentrated. He was thinking about something. Then he wrote on the folio sheet, "To the director of the police department for the special section." The spacious apartment overlooked the embankment. The Neva was waking up. The sun was floating in through the Elizabethan windows, flooding Gurevich at the table with bright light. 10. Vera was happy. There was no other way to describe her marriage to Boris. But still, a small corner of her heart wanted more. More affection, more sympathy. She waited for quiet words, so that she could express what had accumulated in love. "I have no life without you, Boris." Savinkov looks, smiling. He thinks, it's hard to deceive a woman. She hears a man in her own way. "You, Boris, love me less than I love you. After all, when you leave, my life freezes. You can't even imagine how I suffer, how afraid I am, when you are at meetings. There is even more suffering ahead, Vera. I'm only just beginning the struggle. And I will go with you." Weren't there women in the revolution? Women in the revolution loved no one except the revolution, Savinkov says, his eyes shining with Mongolian coals. 11. Kaliyev was paler than usual today. Thin shoulders, transparent eyes, crossed, like hothouse flowers, hands with thin wrists. Savinkov thought he resembled the youth Sergius of Radonis from Nestorov's painting. Kaliyev thoughtfully forgot his bright eyes in space. Savinkov was speaking. "Yannick, I want action." He paced the room. I want practice. I, Yannick, don't like theory. I want a living struggle so that every nerve can feel, every muscle. That's why I'm against those in our group who are oppressed by economism, who deny the need for workers to fight on the political front. Take workers' thought. They read it greedily. Even drunkards. Old people read it. They wonder why. They say, the students are rebelling. So you can't look at a worker like a child. His interests are higher than wages. But we don't understand. And that's why we lag behind the spontaneous upsurge of the masses. And the upsurge, Yannick, is growing before our eyes. And our grief will be if we, revolutionaries, don't find a channel along which the revolution could go. You know, Tolmachev, a handsome young mechanic. I told them at the Alexandrovsky steel foundry about the Narodnaya Volya terrorists. We were driving from the factory, and suddenly Boris Viktorovich, when I learned from you that there are still 13 people sitting in Schlüsselburg, my soul can't calm down. How will this end? This Tolmachev will throw down the mugs of our artisans, go out into the street and stab the policeman in the heart. Vera loved it. When Boris got excited, he really did look like a leopard then. As Kaliyev said laughingly, he walked like a leopard. According to the chronicler, Savinkov cut the room with long strides. What are you thinking about, Yannick? He said, stopping. Kaliyev raised his nervous face and said, isn't it shameful to live now? Isn't it easier to die, Boris, and even to kill? 12. The gendarme captain leaned close to the card on the door. He was nearsighted. Then he rang the bell 4 times, without turning around to look at the soldiers. Savinkov thought he saw a stream of gendarmes pouring in, and there were only 4 of them. The captain, with an angry, shiny swarthy face, stepped toward Savinkov. Are you student Savinkov? Show me to your room. In the room, leaning her hands on the table, stood pale Vera. Say goodbye to your wife. Holding back her sobs, hugging Boris, Vera could not tear herself away from his cold cheeks. But she only glanced. He responded with a look that showed love and tenderness. Buttoning his black overcoat with gold buttons with eagles on the go, Savinkov went out with the gendarmes. Vera heard footsteps. She saw the cabby set off. A terrible silence fell. And Vera, sobbing, fell onto the bed. 13. The night was warm, spring-like. The city melted in the yellow steam of lanterns. Straight streets, endless bridges became straighter, more endless that night. It seemed to Savinkov that the gendarme was driving with his eyes closed. At Zvirinskaya they overtook a cheerful group of men and women. Squeals were flying from there. Savinkov saw the way to Peter and Paul Fortress. They didn't find anything. Is this really a provocation? He thought. The cabbie drove along the fortress bridge. Savinkov shuddered, crossing his legs. Is it cold? Asked the gendarme. Gloomy buildings and heaps of bushes emerged from the darkness, like in a theater, Savinkov thought. Motionless silhouettes of sentries grew. They got off the carriage. They walked across the courtyard of the fortress. The yellow light of the lanterns illuminated only a short space. Savinkov shielded himself from the lamps in the office with his hand. Please, said the officer. Savinkov walked down the long corridor. This way, said the voice. Savinkov entered the darkness of the cell, and the door closed behind him. Chapter 2. 1. In the Savinkov brothers' nursery, on the map of European Russia, the Vologda province was pink. In Russian geography lessons, Boris Savinkov did not like the word Vologda. There was something cold and pink about it, like tundra and cranberries. And now the exiled Savinkov is walking through Vologda. The wooden sidewalk creaks in the cold. On Gorkinsko Dvorayanskaya, where he lives in the Catholic church building, there is not even a sidewalk. You can drown in the fluffy snowdrifts. Red-faced Vologda boys, like anise apples, play around with sleds in front of the house all day long. It is not proper, of course, for a little politician, as the northern natives call the exiles, to discuss the customs of Vologda. Here they drink tea from a saucer, whistling with their lips, as if they were blowing a pipe. A city of bread, fish, forestry. This is not Moscow or Petersburg, where there are agitators, students, workers, intellectuals. Here it is calm and quiet. The northern harsh land of Vologda. And yet, the governor Count Muravyov has a lot of trouble. They send here people under surveillance from all over the empire. How many police officers are needed just to check in the morning? Is everyone safe? The guard Shchukin comes to Savinkov's house every day, and every morning he says, "Hello, Mr. Savinkov." "Hello, Shchukin." Shchukin shifts on the threshold with tar-smeared boots, chuckling. He is good-natured, you can tell by his mustache. You see, he hasn't run away. But where can I run, Mr. Savinkov? The forests. Where can I run through the forests? And what's the point of running? May God grant life to everyone. Farewell, Mr. Savinkov. Farewell, Shchukin. But only at first was Savinkov pleased with Vologda. When he was resting, when his voice returned, which after 9 months of imprisonment had become like the voice of a castrato from silence. Now every noise did not seem thunderous, as in the ringing silence of the prison. But he was becoming more and more bored in the Vologda snows. Once, walking in deep boots along Orkinskaya Dvorayanskaya, Savinkov decided to run. He thought about many things in Vologda, but most of all about one shot. And he felt an extraordinary, captivating excitement. In a letter sent secretly, they describe how the High Minister Sapyagin entered the vestibule of the Maryinsky Palace in a warm fur coat with a collar. Behind him, in an adjutant's uniform, carrying a package, was a handsome young officer. Handing the package to Sapyagin from the Grand Duke, the officer fired 5 bullets into the minister. The corpulent Minister Vanovsky, running up the stairs to help Sapyagin, shouted, "Scoundrel! Undress him. This is not an officer, he is a mama." Savinkov walked along the fading streets of Vologda. The streets were dead and quiet. The lights were driven into the heated bedrooms, into the bedchambers, into the living rooms with plush armchairs with buttons, with gramophones, rocking chairs, with tea with raspberry jam, with saffron, sage, with bread kvass. 2. The grandmother of the Russian Revolution, Katerina Brishkovskaya, was traveling around Russia as a populist agitator at that time. In Ufa, she met with Yegor Sazonov. In Poltava, with Alexei Pokotelov. In Saratov, Kiev, Kursk, Poltava, Kamenets-Podolsk, Tsiritsyn, Warsaw, the powerful old convict had been everywhere, recruiting new forces for the party. In Yaroslavl she met with the exiled Kaliev. He gave her a letter from Savinkov. Brishkovskaya was on her way to Vologda, where Savinkov found it unbearable to live. He imagined going out on stage, flooded with millions of eyes, and both death and glory were shining. Savinkov opened the telegram. "I'll be arriving on Friday. Vera." Savinkov had forgotten about Vera. True, he had written to her that it was boring all around, white, that poems were wandering in her head. But he had not been waiting for her. And how Vera had traveled, how excited she had been. She kept coming out of the tobacco-filled carriage with tea and children's urine spilled on the floor. But not because the bow-legged children were squeaking, stamping on the floor of the rushing carriage, and the priest and the priest's wife were boring, drinking the 9th teapot. Vera was leaving. Thoughts did not fit into her fragile head. They raised her from the bench. Standing by the window, Vera felt how the excitement for Boris was intertwined with the excitement for her daughter. But from the feeling for Boris, a wing was beating in the corner of her chest. Her heart was racing. And Vera peered out the window. Dark furs were rushing. A sawmill flew by in a wide bold spot on the felling with people walking there, whom Vera would never see. Vera covered her eyes with her hand from the blowing wind, so that the soot would not get into her eyes. She remembered the Mongolian, slanted eyes. Ah, Boris, Boris. The log houses rushed like a vortex ribbon. The air rustled all around. With your eyes closed, you could tell that the train was rushing through buildings. On the red government building, Vologda freight station. People, fir trees, firewood, sleepers, pink stacks of bricks were flying past. The train roared. And Vera saw a platform exactly as she had imagined. "Excuse me, please." A very thin girl, like a sparrow, stood in front of Vera. "Are you here to see the exile Savinkov? Are you his wife?" "Yes, I'm Savinkov." Vera put down her suitcase, unable to hold it. "Boris Viktorovich asked me to meet you and see you off." The sparrow hurried, blushing. "We forbid exiles from meeting you at the station. Give me the suitcase." "Oh, what are you saying? Well, let's carry it together." Boris Viktorovich is far from the station. A broad porter with a badge on his chest ran up. Vera, laughing. 3. Savinkov stood by the window, looking far into the street from where Vera was supposed to leave. He thought that Vera was, of course, a good person. The bay head of a Vyatka emerged onto Gorkinskaya Dvorinskaya. He said, Vera. Indeed, Vera was in the sleigh. She did not remember how she got out, how she walked along the entryway. She remembered how she opened the door and rushed to Boris. Well, Vera, well, Savinkov sat her down, laughing. Discipline comes first for me. Wash yourself here, and then, Anasaya, he shouted, give me the samovar. Vera, as if in a dream, ran her hand over her face. I still can't believe that I'm with you, that it is you. You have changed a lot. Bald, aged, but still endlessly sweet. My dear, Vera whispered. Without knocking, the cook Anissa swung the door open with her black felt boot and, stepping heavily on her heels, woodenly carried the samovar to the table. 4. Somewhere over Sukhona the fiery sun lingered, and the shadows of the houses had already fallen on the snowdrifts of the streets. Savinkov and Vera walked along the creaking wooden sidewalks. The winter twilight evening was quiet. The snow had lost its whiteness, turning blue. The ringing of 40 churches floated above it, and in the winter air one could subtly feel the spring thaw. Here you are, and I don't need anything else. I'm completely different myself. My soul is filled, and without you, it seemed that I was empty, somehow crooked. Vera laughs. And now everything is so good. Savinkov looks into the snow, smokes a cigarette. It lights up in the blue twilight. If you only knew how wonderful Tana is. She looks so much like you. What a joy. Now, you know, I look at women who haven't given birth with pity. They all seem unhappy to me. Even those who work with you, like Fina, Perovskaya. These are different women. Savinkov threw the cigarette into the snowdrift. Maybe, when they brought me a girl to feed in the hospital, I thought my heart wouldn't take it. Savinkov looked into the melting distance of the street. What's the name of this street? There are such funny names here. Trisvyatatelskaya. Kerosene lamps were shining with their lampshades in the windows of Trisvyatatelskaya. How quiet it is here. Vera, I have something to do. Vera is happy. Without even listening, looking at the female figure passing by the window with a lamp, she said, yes, the Socialist Revolutionaries will come to me in a few days. I have decided to flee abroad. They were going out to the square. A dense crowd of people were coming out of the cathedral after Vespers. You could see through the church doors how they were putting out a large chandelier. Vera would like to beg, ask, persuade. Well, is this irrevocable? I wait every day. The escape depends on this arrival and the weather. The church building where Savinkov lived was dark. At the gate Vera said. So again, alone. Anasaya was blowing on the lamp in the entryway. 5. When there was a knock on the door in the morning, Vera shuddered. A plump, old, unfamiliar, poorly dressed woman was standing on the threshold. She had a red, weather-beaten face with rough features. Thank you, my dear, the woman said to Anasaya, nodding her head until Anasaya left. Boris Viktorovich Savinkov, she said. Yes. In Bargozin there are frosts of 40 degrees, said the old woman. What's wrong? Vera thought. They say there have been worse. Savinkov smiled. Well, now we've met. Katerina Brishkovskaya, she shook Savinkov's hand. You heard right, huh? Oh my god, how so? Katerina Konstantinovna? I never thought of that. Brishkovskaya put her finger to her lips. Are there any ears behind the walls? No, everything is calm. We are in the outbuilding. My wife, Savinkov said. Very nice to meet you. Us too? Well, of course, said the grandmother. First of all, Katerina Konstantinovna, you will, of course, dine with us. I will not refuse a meal. The road is high and far, laughed the grandmother. Vera went out to the kitchen. As she walked, she realized that this tall, bobbed old woman would take away her happiness. Why? For what? Vera wanted to cry. Anasaya, my dear, she said, give me another plate and a knife and fork. Entering the room, she heard. Did Kaliyev tell you? Yannick. Well, how is he? Cheerful. Wonderful, said Brishkovskaya, stretching out the U. 6. Brishkovskaya was cheerful, talkative, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Vera found it strange that this woman was the famous grandmother of the Russian Revolution. Brishkovskaya ate a lot. Putting down her food, she looked around with a piercing gaze of dark grey eyes. "Well, that's how it is, father," she said. "It wasn't so easy after 2 hard labor camps and a 7-year settlement to throw yourself back into the fight and life." She lived in Transbaikalia, in the wilderness, among the Buryats. The steppe was bare all around. There was no news about Russia, only rumors, and all of them were alarming. Everything old, they say, was forgotten, indiscriminately denied. Homegrown Marxists had appeared. They wanted to conquer all the blessings of the motherland, so to speak, mechanically. Neither will nor heroism were needed. Women's nonsense, and noble fantasies. Yes, father, it was hard to find out among the Buryats, in the steppe, but I couldn't believe it. Could it be that everything of ours was lost? Why so much will, and blood, and lives were given? I couldn't believe it. No. The old woman shook her grey head, smiling with her piercing eyes. "When did you return, Katerina Konstantinovna?" "In Siberia, father, in 1892, with the steppe Buryat Bakhmutka. I set off across Lake Baikal. Ah, what Siberian beauty. Ah, what a mighty homeland we have, father, eh? And I arrived in Moscow only in 1997. They allowed me to come to European Russia then. So I arrived, and what can I hide? I arrived with great fear. I keep thinking, could it be that everything of ours was lost? Could it be that even the youth is not ours? I came to the first meeting in Moscow. There were all sorts of young people there. Well, mostly Marxists. I started to give my first speech after hard labor, and a slob came out. A boy looked me over from head to toe. "But where are you, old lady?" "Climbing," he says. "Your Mikhailovsky Beltov smashed long ago. And your trial of the 193 was a noble trial. And your people's will was not connected with the proletariat." I looked around. Everyone was silent. I took my Siberian hat with ear flaps, spat, and walked away. And after me, a young lady from the most fashionable shouts, "What kind of Breshkovia is this, hanging around here?" Brishkovskaya put her plate aside, wiped her face firmly with a napkin, and, smiling, said cheerfully, yes, father, it was not easy to hear all this. Well, yes, now things have gone differently. We now have 100 times more strength. Our leaven has turned out to be stronger. That's it. Are you talking about the Socialist Revolutionaries? Who are you talking about? About them. It's just funny to me now when everyone says that. Socialist Revolutionaries. After all, it was I who called them that. We thought about the name. What is there to think about? I say, wait, do you consider yourselves socialists? Yes. And do you consider yourselves revolutionaries? Yes. Well, then, I say, accept the name, Socialist Revolutionaries. And that's what we agreed on. That's how it is, sir. Everything great is born in an instant. And the grandmother laughed loudly. Yes. Brishkovskaya broke the silence. Vera realized that the old woman was waiting for Vera to come out. Vera got up, went out, threw on her fur coat. With difficulty she opened the frozen latch. The gate squealed. Vera walked, not knowing where, covering herself with her muff. 7. Well, what's the matter? Grandma began, lowering her voice, and sitting down next to Savinkov. Were you also carried away by Marxism at first? Yes. And now you want some freedom and liberty, to spread your wings. Yes. That's it. She didn't let me speak. Yes, the Marxist program doesn't satisfy me, Katerina Konstantinovna. Firstly, there's a gap in the agrarian question. Brishkovskaya nodded her head. Secondly, living and working as a propaganda machine isn't for me either. I want terror, Katerina Konstantinovna, real Narodnaya Volya. Do you want terror? She said, looking intently at Savinkov. Well, good luck, father. Why are you standing on the sidelines? You need to work with us, with the world. They decided to chop. Why did they take an axe and chop? But how, from here? After all, we have to flee abroad? Of course, Savinkov said. I can't start here. Spring will come. I'll run away. I've already thought about it. Squinting, Brishkovskaya recalled her escape through the taiga from Bargozin with Tyachev. Well, yes, the old woman spoke passionately and quietly. Run, dear, run and straight to Geneva to Mikhail Gotz, or Lars are there now, I'll let you know, and before you run away, drop a postcard at the Bonchosmalovsky family's address, in Blonai, Minsk province. Congratulations, they say, on your birthday. 8. When Vera came in, Grandma was telling me, Gotz and I didn't get along at first. He said to me, you're always clinging to the peasantry, Grandma, but it's time to put an end to that. Well, and then they made up. Came back. Grandma turned to Vera. And you see, I'm still sitting here. I can't get out of here, but it's rare that I get to talk to people like Boris Viktorovich, to unburden my soul. What are you saying? What are you saying? I'm very glad you could spend the night with us, Katerina Konstantinovna. Brishkovskaya laughed. Oh, my lady, it's immediately obvious that you're a bad conspirator, but how can I, a convict, spend the night with someone I'm under surveillance? What are you saying, my dear? That was once in Minsk. Grandma began a new story, but caught herself when she caught sight of her watch. Oh, heavenly powers, I've chatted too much. I don't have to go on with tonight's. If only you'd walked me to the station. Boris V. Chapter 3. 1. The center of the Socialist Revolutionary Party was at the chair of Mikhail Gotz. Gotz was the fire and conscience of the party. Thin, with a Dobra Lyubov beard curling from under his neck and biblical eyes, Gotz had been sitting in the chair for several years. His chair was wheeled around. Gotz's 6-year penal servitude began with the beating of political prisoners in Srednkalemsk. After the beating, Mikhail Gotz developed a tumor on the membrane of his spinal cord. When Savinkov rang the bell at Gotz's apartment on Geneva's Boulevard des Philosophes, the following were sitting at the chair: the party theoretician with a shock of red hair and a squinting IVM Chernov, E.K. Brishkovskaya, and a light blonde student with eczema on his pleasant face, Alexei Pokotolov. As Savinkov entered, he thought that someone was sick, and the red-haired man was obviously a doctor. My God, Mikhail Rafailovich. Here he is, our fugitive. Brishkovskaya rushed and kissed Savinkov passionately. Here he is. She dragged him to Gotz's chair. Gotz rose, looking at Savinkov with a smile from his shining eyes, and extended his sore dry hand. The broad, red-haired man walked away, not expressing any delight. Yes, don't bother him, Granny, let him wash up, come to his senses, Gotz said affectionately. Pokotolov adjusted Gotz's pillow. While washing himself in the next room, Savinkov heard the doctor speak. Well, goodbye, Mikhail, I'm in a hurry. His speech was professional, quick, with round, great Russian intonations. Where are you going, Victor? He will tell you many interesting things. I'll listen to it another time. The red-haired man laughed quickly, and with heavy steps he walked out into the hall. Savinkov felt as if he had come to a family. And Katerina Konstantinovna was not a convict, but really a grandmother, taking a shaggy towel out of the chest of drawers. 2. Leaning on the arm of the chair, Gotz did not take his eyes off Savinkov, who was sitting in front of him. Your name is Boris Viktorovich, he smiled. Well, Boris Viktorovich, even though we are all friends here, we will talk about business tomorrow. We will choose a time, and now tell a piece of fiction. How you escaped, how it all happened. When did you leave Vologda? From Vologda on the 3rd, Savinkov began. But at that moment a short brown-haired man in civilian clothes, thin, with pince-nez, entered the room. Ah, Vladimir Mikhailovich. Meet a comrade who has just escaped from exile. Zenzinov, said the young man. Savinkov. Go on, tell me, God be with you. Brishkovskaya hurried. No one interrupted Savinkov. He was an amazing storyteller. He described Vologda in a funny way. He told how he felt like an Englishman before Arkhangelsk. How he chased the cabbie, promising to give him a slap on the wrist. How the cashier's plump hands tormented him. Everyone laughed at that. How he locked himself in the cabin. What the White Sea is like. What the Norwegian fjords are like. How the customs officials came, whom he took for gendarmes. Everyone laughed again. How the Norwegian women amazed him with the grandeur of their forms. Gotz burst into childish laughter, repeating, no, you're exaggerating. I've been to Norway. You've come across such people. Yes, by God, Mikhail Rafailovich. and the family with Father Gotz and Grandmother Brishkovskaya were glad that the talented energetic comrade had come running. It was late when Savinkov with Pokotolov and Zenzinov left the apartment on Philosophers Boulevard. It seems to me that I'm in Vologda, but it is just so, a decoration. Everything is so desperately fast. This is far from Vologda, said Pokotolov. Let's go spend the night at my place. I'm not far from here, and Savinkov felt respect in Zenzinov's words. Let's go, he said. I'm so sleepy. 3. In the morning, when Savinkov came to Gotz again, Gotz was sitting in a medical chair in the middle of the room. How did you sleep at the housewarming? Better than in Vologda with your shchukin? In the daylight, Savinkov saw how pale Gotz's hands were, how feebly thin his dead body was. Only the youthful Jewish eyes, taken from another person, are alive. Grandmother said that you want to work in terrorism, Boris Viktorovich? Yes, in terrorism. But why in terrorism? Gotz became agitated. It's strange. Why not in the party at all, if you sympathize with it? It's hard to talk about that, Savinkov said hesitantly, and Gotz liked the hesitation. If necessary, I will work in the party, but I would like to work in terrorism. Gotz's shining eyes fixed firmly on Savinkov. Savinkov felt, Gotz likes him, and Gotz trusts him. Let's wait a little, Boris Viktorovich. Live in Geneva, get to know your comrades. I'll talk to whoever I need to, and first of all, you need to get to know Chernov and planter Ivan Nikolaevich. Who is planter Ivan Nikolaevich? And you will see him. 4. The theorist of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, the inventor of the idea of socialization of land in Russia, Viktor Mikhailovich Chernov lived in Geneva, in the part of the beautiful Swiss city that approached the lake. From Viktor Mikhailovich's office there was a picturesque view of the blue-headed mountains. True, the interior of this office was not Swiss. Newspapers and books littered the table. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Sheets of manuscripts covered with beads, proofs of revolutionary Russia lay in disarray. Above the table hung a portrait of Mikhailovsky with an autograph. Such a room could be found in Moscow. The only peculiarity of it was that 6 fishing rods with twisted lines and red floats leaned right against the portrait of Mikhailovsky. Every day after work, Viktor Mikhailovich fished for perch in Lemon. The bite was good. The perches were pleased that at least they were the same as their native Tambov ones. When Savinkov entered Chernov's room, that broad-boned man, shaggy, red-haired with a squinting eye, whom he had taken for a doctor at Gotz's, was sitting at the desk. But Savinkov did not have time to immediately examine Chernov. Next to him sat a man who had attracted all his attention. The man was grandiose, fat, with a puffy yellow face, and dark olives of bulging eyes. The skull was narrowed upward, the forehead was low, the eyes looked from under the brows. Above the everted, fat lips, the nose was flattened. The man was ugly, well-dressed, unintelligent in appearance. He looked like a merchant. But from the ugly figure, sprawled in the chair, an extraordinary calm and composure emanated. Ah, hello, young man, Chernov said quickly, standing up to greet him, and his great Russian eyes glanced sideways, not looking at Savinkov. The hand that shook Savinkov's was square, short-fingered. Mikhail was talking about you. He was talking. Let's meet. The fat, sprawling man, without rising or introducing himself, offered a long hand with a lady's palm in contrast to Chernov. Freak, flashed through Savinkov's mind. Savinkov sat down, an awkwardness seized him, which increased because, looking at the fat man, he caught the stony and the-browed gaze of a man breathing with his belly. What, Ivan, are you staring at your comrade like that? Chernov laughed. Whatever Kasayan looks at, everything withers. You see, the young man is embarrassed. Why am I embarrassed? I'm not embarrassed at all, Savinkov said. I'll go, Victor, the fat man said suddenly, getting up. And, without looking at Savinkov, he went to the door. Well, let's have dinner. I fed you some perch soup. Don't you want to go to an expensive restaurant with wine? Chernov said, patting the fat man on his drooping forearms. Savinkov saw that the fat man's legs were too thin for his body, and he hobbled on his thin legs with all his unusual heaviness. Well, there you go, Chernov said, closing the door. Mikhail was talking about you, and I want to talk to you. It's our common cause, the Artel. One is grieving, the Artel is fighting. Well, then, you want to work for us, in terrorism. It's a good thing, young man, a good thing. Only you need to understand what kind of work this is. Chernov spread his large hands on the table, and began to speak. Yes, terror is a sacred thing. Breadwinner, sacred. The comrades who work in it give themselves entirely. Consider, young man, spiritual and physical strength. Besides, prepare yourself theoretically. You must know that there are 3 types of terror. First, excitatory. Second, disorganizing. And third, agitational. If on the one hand our party recognizes all 3 types of terror as necessary and sacred, then of course we cannot understand the idea of terror in a simplified way. At that moment a woman with pleasant features entered, carrying a salad bowl in her hands. "Vitaya," she said, "I will give you some cherries." And she placed the salad bowl between Chernov and Savinkov. "Thank you, Nastenka. Please eat, young man, take some, let us combine, so to speak, the pleasant with the useful." Chernov picked up the cherries unusually quickly, as if they were seeds, spitting the pits onto a saucer. Viktor Mikhailovich slowed his speech considerably, and leaned over the salad bowl. Savinkov saw how thick fingers were picking out the ripest berries, even throwing the cherries around, speaking quickly. "Viktor Mikhailovich, young man, I have nothing against your work in terrorism. I don't know you, but my grandmother's recommendation is enough. But if you thought that I was in charge of terrorism, no, you were mistaken. It's not my department. I am, so to speak, a theoretician of our party. Maybe you've read something. I sign myself Gardenin. As for terrorism, you'll have to talk, of course, with Ivan Nikolaevich, Comrade Azef, since you've already met. A big man, a big man. Talk to him. I'll support you, I'll support you, yes." Having finished his cherries, as if finishing a lecture, Chernov stood up and extended his hand. "Yes, young man," he said, seeing Savinkov off. "The struggle demands holy sacrifices. Nothing can be done, they must be made. You can't lure a hare with a drum, as they say. We must do so out of love for our long-suffering people. Yes, farewell." Savinkov walked along the Geneva street, twirling his cane. "Interesting," he muttered. He thought more about Ivan Nikolaevich than about Chernov. A strange feeling. 3 days later, walking along the Bolshare embankment, Savinkov looked at the white blue Mont Blanc. Racing boats with tanned, arching bodies of rowers were running along the lake. A baker boy in an apron and cap, carrying rolls in a trailer, bowed to Savinkov as to an acquaintance. The day was hot, stuffy. Arriving home, Savinkov undressed, lay down on the sofa in his underwear. But instead of thoughts, he felt his body swaying, floating in a drowsy sleep. A short ring made him sit up. No one answered the ring. Madame Dossier had gone to church. Savinkov, throwing on his coat, went to the door. The second ring rang. The man standing there apparently decided to wait. "Who's there?" asked Savinkov, and, looking through the peephole, saw the dark yellow face and twisted lips of Ivan Nikolaevich. "What are you doing? Like you're so secretive." Looking through the peephole, Azef rumbled with a nasal laugh, walking down the corridor. "Oh, you're without pants. Were you sleeping or something? Please sit down. I'll be right back." Ivan Nikolaevich, standing by the window, Azef looked out onto the street. He glanced at the table where the sheets of paper covered with writing lay. Moving away, he sat down heavily in a chair, lowered his head. He looked like a bull that could break loose and rip open his stomach. When Savinkov entered, it might have lasted an hour, maybe a second. Azef looked at Savinkov. Savinkov looked at Azef. Like stone, Savinkov thought. "They told me you wanted to work in combat?" Azef said nasal. "Is that true?" The dark, pupilless eyes and the whole expression on his face suddenly became lazy, almost sleepy. Azef was wearing an expensive grey suit. His feet were shod in yellow shoes, and his tie was greenish. "Yes, you were told the truth. Why in combat?" Azef slowly turned his head and his pupilless eyes, from under his brows, stared at Savinkov. "This work is psychologically closer to me. Chologically?" Azef muttered. And suddenly he burst out laughing with a high nasal laugh. "And do you know that for this psychology you have to be ready for a rope?" And Azef swiped his hand across his short neck. "You don't smoke?" Savinkov opened his cigarette case. Azef seemed not to notice the cigarette case. He stood up, swinging his colossal body on thin legs, and walked around the room. Savinkov noticed that his feet, like his hands, were small. Azef stood by the window, looking out onto the street. Without turning around, he said in a nasal rumble, "Okay, you will work in terrorism." Turning around, he said indistinctly, "I'm taking it only because Gots and Grandma asked me to, otherwise I would not have taken it. There are many hanging around here." Without looking at Savinkov, he went up to the table. On the table lay illegal brochures, People's Will, for Land and Freedom. Azef, taking one, muttered, "Well, are these good books? Well, how can I tell you? These books will make Russia's bones crack in a few years," Azef said nasal, and, taking his soft hat, went to the door. He stopped at the door. "Do you have money?" He took 2 bills from his vest and threw them on the table. "Tomorrow at 8, in the Café National, I'll find you," and shaking his necklace bullhead, Azef disappeared behind the door. 6. An orchestra was playing in the Café National on the Mont Blanc embankment. The footmen fluttered their blacktails. The veranda overlooked Lake Geneva. Distant mountains were visible beyond the lake. Yachts, boats, and steamships glided across the lake. A damp wind blew from the lake. 2 powerful English women were drinking some drinks at tables near the railings. There was also a French writer, a Romanian minister, and 2 Prussian officers in civilian clothes. Azef too was looking at the sparkling water in the twilight. He looked like the director of some concern. He had a diamond on his ring finger. An elegant young man in a white suit sat next to him, looking like he could have been the secretary of the concerned director. Putting his fat chest slightly on the table, Azef said in a quiet rumble, "You need to go to Russia soon. We are setting up a major case. The day after tomorrow you will leave for Germany, stay there for a while, check if there is surveillance. If you are clean, you will go to Berlin, and there, on Sunday, we will meet at 12 o'clock in the Boer Cafe on Unter den Linden." The English women were laughing at something. A fat Frenchman with fine curly hair was reading Matin. Next to him, a boy with a pale face was eating a cake. The violin was sobbing, and the first violinist was swaying in time to Brahms's dances in the orchestra. "Very well, but if I'm going to do the job, don't you think that I need to know a little more than what you just said?" Savinkov said, sipping his wine. "If you are going to kill, then not an unknown person, but a certain person," Azef said lazily. "In Berlin I'll give you directions, places to meet, you'll find out everything," he said in a nasal voice, looking around the terrace with boredom. A woman was walking along the terrace, dark-skinned. Her black hair lay in a fluffed-up wave. She looked like a Creole. "Not bad?" Azef smiled into his glass. His fleshy Ethiopian lips spread into something incomprehensible at first glance. "Are you married? Where is your wife?" "In Petersburg." "But they might be following her. Have you written to her?" "No. Don't write. They're probably following." "Where does she live?" "On the middle." "Are you married, Ivan Nikolaevich?" "My wife is in Switzerland," Azef answered reluctantly. This morning, he began to speak. Brishkovskaya said that Sankalaev would be arriving in Berlin by Sunday. "I have to see him." "Do you know him?" "This is my friend." "Do you think he is suitable for our work?" "Certainly. He is going only for this." "Take him by all means, Ivan Nikolaevich." "I take only those whom I myself consider necessary to take." Azef was silent. And suddenly he smiled with lit up eyes, which made his whole face take on a gentle, almost tender expression. When they walked along the veranda, attention was paid to them. There was a contrast in their figures. Savinkov was much shorter, thin, lordly. Azef was fat, awkward, colossal, breathing from his belly. 7. "A good evening," said Azef. Savinkov thought that, after leaving the cafe, Ivan Nikolaevich became simpler and more accessible. "If we went down the same path with you, and maybe even have to hang together," Azef said nasal, "we should at least get to know each other better. You are from the nobility, aren't you?" "A nobleman." "What?" "I'm a Jew," Azef said smiling. "Two very different things." "You studied in Warsaw, I believe. Is your father a justice of the peace?" "How do you know?" "God said so." "I just don't understand why you went into the revolution. You lived in comfort. You could serve. Why do you need that?" "What do you mean? Revolution?" Savinkov laughed shortly. and the Decembrists. Ivan Nikolaevich? Bakunin? Well, and Gotts? He's rich, isn't he? You have a strange opinion of revolutionaries. Exceptions, Azef muttered. Well, why are you in the revolution? Are you an engineer? Azef glanced at Savinkov. I'm a different matter. I'm a small town Jew. If not me, then who should make a revolution? I saw a lot of tears from the Tsarist government. And I saw them. What do you mean, you saw them? We saw one thing, you saw someone else's. I saw mine. That's something completely different. Well, never mind. I have to go. So don't forget to go to the Boer Cafe on Sunday at 12. Having said goodbye, Azef turned back. A matte half moon floated out over Lake Geneva, in the clouds. Azef didn't see it. It was walking, swaying heavily, near a familiar cafe, en Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Azef began to look around, searching for a woman. 8. I'm so glad you dropped by. Gotts sat up in his chair. Did I make the appointment? I forgot. I'm so tired. There was a meeting, but never mind. We'll talk. Gotts was even more deathly and pale. Have you been to see Victor and Ivan? They talked. You made a wonderful impression on your comrades. Ivan Nikolaevich is taking you on. He knows his stuff. He's a big shot. You'll have to be completely subordinate to him. Without discipline the business of terrorism isn't worth a dime. Yes, Ivan Nikolaevich spoke very highly of you. So you'll be going tomorrow. Besides you, 2 more comrades are going. Ivan Nikolaevich has the passports, the secret addresses, the money, everything. We are not included in the organizational plans and equipment. Looking at Gotts, Savinkov thought, a dead man. That's a shame. Well, that's all about business. Your wish is coming true. Go. Gotts interrupted, looking lovingly at Savinkov, a young man who has survived prison, fortress, exile, now going to his death. Do you know who? I suppose. On leave, Gotts said quietly. Do you understand how necessary this is? How responsible? After all, he has challenged us. He is putting Russia in shackles. I consider it the greatest honor that I'm going to meet him. Maybe we will not see each other again. Let's remain friends. You can do a lot. You are brave, educated, talented. Take care of yourself, Boris Viktorovich. Tell me, you write, right? Lenin terribly praised your article in number 6 of Rabachidolo in Iskra. You know? But articles are one thing. And yours looks fictional. Tell me, have you tried? I tried, Savinkov said. I wrote recently. What? A story? About what? Tell me, it's interesting. Gotts got excited. An invention from the French Revolution. It's called Longing for Death. For death? Gotts asked again. Longing? I don't understand. Tell me. The plot is simple. Mikhail Rafaelovich. In Paris in 1993, there lives a girl, the daughter of a clothier. Her father is an influential member of the Montagnards. The party is coming to power. The family lives in abundance. Jean is cheerful, calm. But suddenly one day she goes to the window and throws herself out of it. Everyone is in despair. They do not understand the reason for the suicide. The broken Jean is carried into the house. Her mother is sobbing next to her. Everyone asks Jean about the reason, but Jean answers everything I don't know. And a few minutes later she dies and whispers I'm happy. Gotts became worried. That's it, he said. That's it. That's it? And so she died? Out of nowhere, she fell out the window? No one knows why. The story is called Longing for Death. I understand. Gotts got excited. But this is decadence. A healthy girl throws herself out the window and says that she is happy. Maybe she was unwell. Savinkov smiled. Well, of course. She is a psychopath. A very bad plot. And how did you come up with this? I don't know. Maybe you wrote it well, but you made it up very badly. And why do you, a revolutionary, need this? Gotts was silent for a moment. You go on such a mission and suddenly get in such a mood. What is wrong with you? Are you really in such a mood? Not at all. How could this come to mind? You know what, Boris Viktorovich, Gotts said after a pause. They say that broken violins have a good sound. That is probably true. But to sound is one thing, and to do is another, sighed Gotts. I will call you just that, the broken violin of Stradivarius. And do you write poetry? I write. Read something. The guillotine is my life. I'm not afraid of the guillotine. I laugh at the executioner, at his big knife. Now that's wonderful, now that's talented. Gotts said joyfully. Well, go, my dear. He rose. Will we see each other again? God willing. They hugged each other tightly and kissed each other. 9. A yellow sun was shining over Berlin. At 12 o'clock there was no one in the Boer Cafe on Unter den Linden. 3 prostitutes were sitting there, drinking coffee to soothe their tired heads from the night. At 5 minutes past 12, Azef walked into the cafe. Without looking around, he sat down against the wall. He ordered a coffee, picked up the Vossische Zeitung, and began to read the news. At 10 minutes past 12, Savinkov walked in, dressed like a tourist, like a foreigner. It was clear from his gait that he loved life, had no worries or troubles. He had already seen Azef through the glass from the street. Hello, sit down. Azef put the Vossische aside, and, without getting up, offered his hand. Where have you been? In Jena. Why not in Freiburg? I told you to go to Freiburg. How exactly is Jena different from Freiburg? Next time I'll go to Freiburg. That's strange, Azef said angrily. I might have needed you. Well, anyway, didn't you notice any tails? None. Are you sure? As in the fact that my boss, Ivan Nikolaevich, is standing in front of me. Azef moved his high cheekboned head to the side. So, are you ready to leave? Any minute. Right now. Azef pulled out his watch. 2 comrades will come and go with you. And at 1 o'clock, he added in a nasal rumble, Kalayev should be here. Really? I don't know why, really, said Azef, picking up Vossische again, and looking at the ads. I'm telling you that it will be. I haven't seen it yet. Azef was looking at the Jerson Company ads, which depicted bras. He tore himself away and said, yes, your party nickname is Pavel Ivanovich. Remember that. The glass window onto the street, which took up almost the entire wall, was raised. But Sunday Berlin was quiet. There was no noise from the street. A monumental Schutzmann in a blue uniform stood at the corner, doing nothing. His large white gloves could occasionally be seen being raised. Looking around, 2 people entered the Boer Cafe. Azef noisily put down his newspaper. Savinkov realized that they were workmates. He unmistakably identified one as a people's teacher. A wedge-shaped beard, ash-colored eyes, or thin chest. He was thin, perhaps sick with tuberculosis. The other, dark-skinned with raspberry lips from which a half-smile never left, was taller and stronger than his companion. Savinkov felt his hand like a cast-iron glove. Azef ordered for both of them, without asking about their wishes. Both of them expressed their ignorance of the language with their figures. The footman looked at them condescendingly. When he left, the 4 leaned their chests on the table. First of all, let me introduce myself, Azef said in a nasal patter. Comrade Pyotr, Ivan Fomich, Pavel Ivanovich. Comrade Pyotr did not wipe away his smile. Ivan Fomich looked at Savinkov. I have already told you the addresses. Azef turned to Ivan Fomich and Pyotr. I will tell you, Pavel Ivanovich. Savinkov understood that he needed to switch to the informal you. You, Ivan Fomich, are going tomorrow evening through Alexandrov to Petersburg, by a droshky and a horse, by not a piece of junk or a trotter, but a good average horse. Your task is to observe Plev's rides. He lives on Fontanka in the building of the police department. He goes to the Tsar weekly with reports. You can easily establish the days and hours of the ride. They are surrounded by such security and pomp that you will recognize them immediately. He has a black varnished carriage with white, it seems, spokes and a coat of arms. He is followed by detectives on bicycles, daredevils. All this must be observed precisely, and the observations must be handed over to Pavel Ivanovich. He will be in contact with me. Are you also going to Petersburg? Ivan Fomich said in a dull voice. It is none of your business where I am going, Azef interrupted lazily. You are in contact with Pavel Ivanovich. Pavel Ivanovich is in contact with me and receives everything necessary. Comrade Pyotr, you are leaving the day after tomorrow evening via Versbilovo. In Petersburg, in the first days, you will obtain a patent from the police for the delivery of tobacco products. Contact the police station. It would be best to stay in some lodging house on Ligovka. There, find out how to quickly and easily obtain it. Correct it for a bribe, by all means, then there will be no doubts. It is more convenient for Ivan Fomich to establish surveillance directly at the Fontanka. and you should try from the Baltic station. Pleve travels from there to Tsarsko. If the surveillance is correct, you will establish the days, time, and route of the carriage with complete accuracy. Then the throwers will do the job the party needs. But won't we be the throwers? Peter said firmly. It's too early to talk about that, Azef rumbled. Do your comrades have any questions for me? I think everything is clear, Savinkov said. Azef glanced sideways at all three. Then there's no point in sitting together, he muttered. We need to disperse. You, comrades, go, and you, Pavel Ivanovich, stay behind. Do you remember the trains exactly? Azef took out his notebook. You're going through Alexandrov tomorrow at 7:24 p.m. You're going to Verzbolovo at 12:5 the day after tomorrow. The first meeting with Pavel Ivanovich will be on Sadovaya between Nevsky and Gorokhovaya. Comrade Pyotr will come to the meeting. Okay, Ivan Fomich said dully. Everyone shook hands. Comrade Pyotr and Ivan Fomich left the White Boar Cafe. It was visible how they walked and how, crossed by traffic, they stopped not far from the white-gloved Schutzman. 10. When Savinkov and Azef were left alone, Azef's calm changed. Azef seemed agitated. He was breathing heavily. His cheekbones were twisted. It will be a pity if it doesn't work out, he said. What do you think? It will work out. I think so. If there is no provocation, it will work out, Azef said. How do you like Comrade Pyotr? Do you trust him? The devil knows, I don't know him very well. It is hard to be sure of people you see 5 times in your life. He has good recommendations. His grandmother recommends him. She understands things. Ivan Nikolaevich, Savinkov said, everything will work out. If Pleve leaves us, the BO. 9. The combat organization of the Socialist Revolutionary Party will not end with us. I'm sure. Azef looked with impenetrable pupilless eyes. It was hard to understand the expression on his face. The eyes seemed to smile, to love, to thank. You are right, said Azef. He looked at his watch. It is strange. Kaliev is not here. He must be lost. At that time Kaliev, scolding himself for being late and not thinking of taking a cab, ran along Friedrichstrasse. Savinkov would have recognized him among a million people. The same light, youthful gait, mocking eyes, nervous gestures, strange smile. Yannick. Kaliev rushed. You are crazy, grumbled Azef. Your embraces will attract attention. This is not Russia. Azef wheezed. He was furious. To quickly end the conversation, he spoke in a quick rumble that Savinkov already knew. They told me you want to work in terrorism? Yes, Kaliev said loudly. Let's speak more quietly, Azef rumbled discontentedly. Why in terrorism, and not in other work in the party? If you have time, Kaliev said, arrogantly throwing back his head, a sign that he was displeased. I will explain to you. Ivan Nikolaevich, I have known Yannick since childhood. If I go into terrorism, then my guarantee. Kaliev flared up. His eyes darkened. He was insulted. Right now, Azef rumbled indifferently, I don't need people. Return to Geneva. And if you are needed, I will call. I can't persuade you of anything, Kaliev said even more arrogantly, the arrogance emphasized by the Polish accent. I serve the party and the cause of Russia's liberation. I will work where I find it more necessary and expedient. Kaliev's composure failed him. He broke off and looked with a hateful gaze at the freak in the great suit. Azef looked away under Kaliev's gaze. So, we have nothing to talk about. Kaliev stood up, abruptly making a noise with his chair. Maybe you'll see me out, Boris. 11. When they left, Azef sat for another 10 minutes. Zalin, he waved to the footman, and, having paid, rose heavily. Azef walked along Unted and Linden like a merchant on Sunday, swaying as he went. The prostitutes he met looked at him with pleasure. He was wearing an expensive suit, with a big belly. This excited them professionally. 12. Yannick, you didn't like him. You didn't like him. Kaliev laughed with a nervous, dull laugh. I've never seen anyone more disgusting than this fat-bellied merchant in my life. Kaliev was excited. Red spots appeared on his pale face. He was insulted in his cherished goal, pushed away from his life's work, from murder in the name of Russia, in the name of Kaliev's love for people. The cab drove under the stone gates of the Anhalt station. At the station, among the hurrying people, Savinkov and Kaliev hugged each other tightly, saying goodbye. 13. A handsome man, a former cavalryman, an amateur theatre goer, nicknamed Cornet Otletiev, was agitated in Paris at 79 Rue de Grenelle. It was the head of the foreign agents of the police department, Leonid Alexandrovich Ratev. Not even Ratev, but Richter. But Ratev Richter was far from stupid. And he was worried, because a network of intrigues, complaints, and gossip was swelling in the department, and there had been no news from Azef for 2 months. Ratev pondered something for a long time. Finally, he began to write in an elegant handwriting, deflecting the blows and gossip of the department. Dear Alexei Alexandrovich, I received your fully encrypted telegram and I cannot hide the fact that I'm extremely upset by its contents. The essence is in the mistrust of me, signs of which I notice on the part of the department. But I dare to think that I have not earned this with my many years of service, and you reproach me undeservedly. Thus, not long ago, a blow struck at the life of the Minister of Internal Affairs, State Secretary von Pleve, was deflected precisely by the employee I supervised. And allow me to briefly remind you of the circumstances of this case. On October 11, 1902, in a top-secret letter addressed to you, I reported that the combat organization had developed a plan to assassinate the Minister of the Interior, State Secretary von Pleve. An open attack on the minister's carriage in the street by 2 horsemen armed with large-caliber Mauser pistols was planned. The perpetrators had already been found who had expressed their readiness to sacrifice themselves. These were 2 officers living in St. Petersburg, and one was to kill the horses, while the other was to shoot the minister. Having received general instructions abroad, the secret agent under my command had a meeting with members of the combat organization, Melnikov and Kraft, where it turned out that the author of the above-mentioned plan was Melnikov, who told the agent the name of one of the above-mentioned officers, who turned out to be Lieutenant of the 33rd Artillery Brigade Yevgeny Grigoriev, who was attending lectures at the Mikhailovskaya Academy. It was my information, I emphasize this, that served as the basis for both the arrest of Lieutenant Grigoriev and for obtaining from him the well-known frank testimony, which became the main evidence against Gershuny and Melnikov, thanks to which both of them were promptly arrested and sentenced to death, commuted to life imprisonment. Thus, my work and the work of the secret agent under my command saved the life of the Minister of Internal Affairs, State Secretary von Pleve. Inviting you to recall my work in the department, and especially drawing your attention to the above, I think that you will agree that the intrigues around my name, aimed at compromising me, and the secret employee I lead in your eyes, are malicious and harmful to our common cause. Sincerely devoted to you, L. Ratev. R.S. I have recently sent you new interesting information. Send letters to 79 Rue de Grenelle. Chapter 4. 1. Vyacheslav Konstantinovich Pleve was a strong and cold man, a withdrawn boy with misty eyes, the adopted son of a Polish landowner. He did not know affection in childhood. Some said that his father was a church organist, others, that he was a school superintendent, others, that he was a pharmacist. No one knew Pleve's parents. He was an orphan. When Slava, as the landowner called him, turned 17, Slava denounced his adoptive father to General Muravyov. The general hanged the Polish landowner. The boy had freedom. He dreamed of a dizzying career. Studying for pennies, he walked the mud of the highway, returning from vacation to the university. His dreams did not leave him. Powerful, flexible, self-confident, he changed Catholicism for Orthodoxy. He was already moving high up the bureaucratic ladder. Pobedonostsev called him a scoundrel because there was a rumor that Pleve was involved in the murder of Governor Bogdanovich through provocateurs. Pleve was vain and hated people. Neither the post of department director nor the post of deputy minister satisfied him completely. Only once in his life was Pleve happy. It was in April, when Barmashov killed Sapyagin. The adjutant general communicated the monarch's will to Pleve's appointment. Pleve was driving along the palace embankment. The black cube of the varnished carriage swayed smoothly on its springs. The horses' hooves clattered. These were happy moments. The trotters stopped at the entrance to the palace. Pleve was climbing the Jordan staircase. The first to greet him were the minister of the court, Baron Frederiks, and the palace commandant, General Hesse. From the handshake and the bow of their heads, Cleve already knew who he was. He walked firmly along the antechamber. The Emperor came out to meet him kindly and graciously. Cleve felt slightly dizzy. Frowning in the light, Nicholas II said, "Vyacheslav Konstantinovich, I appoint you to replace Sapyagin." Cleve turned slightly pale. "Your Majesty, I know that Evaldoas can kill me, but as long as there is blood in my veins, I will firmly uphold the covenants of autocracy. I know that the liberals will call me a villain, and the revolutionaries a monster. But let it be what it will be, Your Majesty. Today there will be a decree on your appointment," Nicholas II said, shielding himself from the sun with his hand. Cleve bowed his head. And when he left the Emperor, a crowd of courtiers congratulated him. Cleve knew people. To those with whom he had been kind only yesterday, he threw through his bristling mustache. "It is time, gentlemen, not to talk, but to act." And he went down the magnificent palace staircase to the carriage. 2. Cleve's dream came true. "The revolution will be crushed in 2 months," he said. And secret orders to the governors were constantly coming from his office. Cleve avoided the court. The state council called him a herd of bulls, castrated for greater meatiness. He sought only the friendship of the ruler of Moscow, Grand Duke Sergei, and discussed with him measures to suppress revolutionary unrest. "But is your personal security reliable, Vyacheslav Konstantinovich?" the Grand Duke often asked. "My security is completely reliable, Your Highness. I think that a successful assassination attempt can only be made by chance," Cleve answered, knowing that Azef was protecting his life, and that Gershuny and Melnikov, who had been handed over to him, were already in the casemate for life. 3. Savinkov walked through Petersburg, the bridges, arches, streets of which he loved so much. The same trotters, carriages, coaches, crowded, ringing restaurants. Cars in beer halls sing Transvaals, fives, waltzes Broken Heart. The powerful flood of the wide Neva under the bridges. The most majestic palaces in the world. Sentries on the clock. Newspapermen ran by, shouting "New time." Russian word. Savinkov stopped. "New time. It is more convenient to walk with the newspaper." The same subscriptions in Alexandrinsky, Aquarium, Konton, Donan, Tivoli, Chelyapin, Boris Godunov, Sobinov and Pearl Fishers. Here is Sadovaya. Savinkov looks at his watch. A police officer in a blue, beaver overcoat is riding past in a cab. The bailiff seems to be dozing. "Here you go. First class cigarettes. Uncle Kostya. Dushes. 5 kopecks a dozen. Take them, sir." In front of Savinkov is his Berlin comrade Peter, the same smile on his raspberry lips. Savinkov's eyes are laughing. "Excellent," they say. "Give me a dozen. 5 kopecks. You're 20. Peter's eyes are laughing. "Today on Seine in the Friends Rest Tavern." "Yes, sir." And a cheerful tenor is heard singing, "Katik cigarettes. Uncle Kostya. Dushes." Savinkov has nothing better to do. He went to see the writer Pishekhanov to inquire whether there was anything from Azef. "Then hold on, Mr. Minister. Your detectives won't catch you." But Azef is not here yet. Savinkov walked along the French embankment to the Fontanka. On the Neva he was gazing at a white yacht. But at the Fontanka there was confusion among the pedestrians and carriages. Cabbies darted about. Policemen stood at attention. Some black trotters rushed out, carrying a varnished carriage body breathing easily on springs. Something glittered behind the glass, either an old woman or an old man, maybe just someone in black with a white face. Behind the carriage, keeping up with the spirited horses, people in fur coats were flying on 3 trotters. Behind them, fast cyclists were rushing at the trotters at risk to their lives. Savinkov froze by the wall, but that's Cleve. 4. In the Friends Rest Tavern, the machine played incessantly. When it stopped to catch its breath, one of the friends would drunkenly shout, "Music." The machine, not having rested, was spinning the new drum with a bang. Either a waltz from Faust or Polka Coquette was playing in a hoarse, upset voice. It was hard to make out in the haze, smoke, and noise what the old machine was playing. That's why Savinkov chose this tavern. You can't make out anything in it. It is such a real, Russian, mind-boggling tavern. The people here are not people, but rabble. More cabbies, draymen, peddlers, prostitutes, street gamins. Decent gentlemen sit right there, getting in the way. The appearance of the tavern is incomprehensible. Dirty servants carry cold veal. tea in pairs, vodka, sausage. They fill the hall with the smell of sauerkraut, dragging metal bowls, shchi in portions. Savinkov took the far table in the corner. He saw before him the colorful noisy hive of the tavern. He ordered a dinner for two for the consumptive young waiter. And, still smoking Petka's cigarette, he waited. Pyotr arrived on time. In a black blouse, a black jacket, greased high boots, the same black cap, with tarry curls tearing out from under it, like a gypsy. Pyotr approached with a smile. A skinny young man, with a blush gnawed by illness, rattled greasy forks and knives, laying out the dishes. He put a decanter of cold wine in the middle. "Well, how are you?" Pyotr looked with a smile, as if he wanted to prolong the pleasure of pleasant news. When Savinkov finished his questions, Pyotr, throwing back his glass, wincing because it went down the wrong way, said, "Everything is in the best possible condition. I've seen it 4 times. Once at the Baltic, on Friday. 3 times on the Fontanka in different places." "What is the carriage like? Describe it." "The carriage, Pavel Ivanovich, is beautiful." Pyotr smiled broadly, showing his predatory teeth. "Black horses, like animals, a fat, bearded coachman, covered in medals, and with his bottom padded, sitting on the box like some kind of scarecrow, a footman in livery next to him. Detectives are racing behind the carriage on trotters and bicycles. In general, if you happen to see it somewhere, you'll notice it right away. It's moving noisily." Pyotr poured a glass and, pointing to Savinkov, took his own. "To his health, Pavel Ivanovich." "You drink great," Savinkov said reluctantly. "I can have a drink. I don't disdain it, but don't worry, it won't hurt the business. There's only one thing bad, Pavel Ivanovich, competition. All the places on the streets are bought up. The bastard traders almost get into fights, shouting who you are and where you came from. They've never seen you here. You have to fight a lot. Once you almost got into trouble with the police. True God. Well, I'm done," he thought. "Why is it the end? After all, the passport is registered. Everything is in order. It's alright, but it's better not to end up with the cops." Peter smiled. The music in the car stopped. The hall was instantly filled with a roar, a rolling noise of voices. Someone dead drunk shouted from somewhere, as if from the floor, "Music! Master, music!" The music thundered into a march. "Do you see Ivan Fomich? Every other day. He's also doing well. He sees him often. He keeps moving around the corners, along Fontanka, to the train station. He always notes everything, wants to track him down to the minute, when and where he's going. They probably change the route sometimes. So far they are all going the same way. When will you see Ivan Fomich?" "Tomorrow. Tell him to wait for me at Latini at 33 the day after tomorrow at 10. "Okay. And excuse me, Pavel Ivanovich, did Ivan Nikolaevich arrive?" "No, he hasn't arrived yet. What do you think, Pyotr? Are you being followed?" Pyotr shook his head. "And Ivan Fomich doesn't notice? He's not being followed at all. He stops right by the department. How many times have I driven gendarme colonels?" Pyotr laughed quietly. "So everything's going swimmingly?" Savinkov smiled. "Tell me, do you believe it?" he said quietly, leaning towards him. "Who knows?" Peter shrugged his shoulders. "They must, Pavel Ivanovich, for all appearances. And everything is God's will. With his help." Peter laughed. Savinkov responded calmly, coldly, "You should not have any doubts, Comrade Peter. It's clear as day. Ours, and that's it." "I think so too. Only, Pavel Ivanovich, well, we are conducting surveillance, all that, but who will throw? It is unknown. I'm of this opinion. If I risk a Kotak, then let it be for a real deal with a bomb." Peter looked at Savinkov searchingly. Savinkov saw that this man had devilish strength, that he was only pretending with jokes and gags. "Yes, it's true. If you're going to take risks, then take them the right way, so that there's something to pay for. Otherwise you're conducting surveillance, and a comrade will come, hit him on your work, and that's it, and you'll have nothing to do with it again." Savinkov smiled. This deviation seemed harmful to him. "You have a false point of view, Comrade Pyotr. For us, for the party, it makes absolutely no difference who we must kill. Whether it's you, or me, the 5th, or the 10th, it's all the same. BO will kill, not you or me. What you're saying is an incorrect, harmful point of view, Savinkov said quietly. Pyotr listened, frowning. Then he took a pot-bellied decanter, squeezed out the last glass, and said as if to himself, maybe so. Although it depends on how you say it, everyone has their own points of view. And we, Savinkov smiled, must take the party's point of view. Otherwise, it will be a robbery, comrade. Well, let's say you launch it, Pavel Ivanovich. Looking closely, Peter smiled. 5-1 Ivan Fomich seemed to notice the spy. Something was wrong with Comrade Pyotr in a conversation with the janitor at the inn. And in the morning the door to Savinkov's room opened. Come in, Savinkov shouted. As if curtsying, an old Jew in a shabby frock coat with timid eyes entered the room. He walked with a dancing gait to the table and sat down. Hello, Mr. Semashko, he said, his face crossed with many wrinkles. I do not have the honor of knowing you. The man who entered smiled like an old friend, smiling, examining Savinkov, as if he was going to paint his portrait. It seems that we are slightly acquainted. Mr. Semashko? What do you want? You are the writer Semashko. I would like to invite you for cooperation. I'm a representative of the Kramer Brothers Rubber Goods Company. You made a mistake, so please forgive me. Savinkov stood up, pointing the newcomer to the door. What do you mean you're not a writer? What do you mean you're a company representative? My name is Gashix, but if you don't want to continue this conversation. Gashix shrugged his shoulders. His figure became pitifully narrow. He stood up and, walking toward the door, looked back at Savinkov twice. It's done. They're watching. The gendarmes will burst in on Gashix now. And when Gashix hadn't even reached the door, Savinkov was already thinking about how he would run out of the room and not return to the hotel. It was quiet in the corridor. By the back door, into the second courtyard. Savinkov threw on his coat, threw away his hat, picked up his cap, and ran to the mirror. He didn't look. The exit to the back stairs was at the very end. Savinkov was overcome by mustiness, stench, the stench of cats, slops, and a latrine. He was going down. In his head was beating I won't run away, they'll catch me, hang me. He was already in the dusty yard. Some ragpicker was arguing with the janitor. Savinkov took a few steps across the yard. But it was clear that the yard was not a passageway. So he had to go out into the street, where the detectives and gendarmes were at the gate. Savinkov stood by the latrine, as if to relieve himself, looking through the gate, waiting for an empty cab to flash by. And when the janitor shouted, "What are you standing there for? You found a place, too lazy to go in, short." Savinkov saw an empty cab passing the gate with a light step, sitting sideways on the box. Savinkov waved and rushed to the gate. Pulling on the reins, the cab stopped in the middle of the street. Slowing down at the gate, Savinkov crossed the street with a quick step, not looking around. And he jumped into the cab. What's the spirit for Nevskaya? Drive. The trotter rushed from the spot, throwing back his red legs with white marks. Savinkov looked back. At the entrance to the hotel the doorman was rushing about. The figure of Gashix in two peacoats ran to the corner, obviously after the cabbie. But the daredevil did not look back, only watched so as not to crush an old woman by chance in the terrible agility of the prize horse. The daredevil raced, shouting, "Hey, watch out." Streets, alleys, passers-by flew past Savinkov. He's gone, he's gone, Savinkov thought joyfully, when the lathered trotter slowed down to the Nevskaya Zastava. The street was deserted. Savinkov got off the cab, paid, and entered the first pub he came across. There was no one in the pub. Savinkov ordered Cossack-style cutlets and a bottle of Kalinkinskoy. Plivulev, he thought. We need to take out our comrades. But where is Ivan Nikolaevich? 6. Azef spent these days in Berlin worried. Someone from the Peter and Paul fortress passed a note to the party that Gershuni and Melnikov had been betrayed. Gendarme Lieutenant Spiridovich turned out to be stupider than they thought. This was the lieutenant's first case. He had clumsily rushed through the investigation and arrests in the Tomsk printing house case. A rumor of betrayal had surfaced from somewhere. And how could it not surface? The gendarmes had missed, not sparing their agents. Azef had said that the literature transporter, paramedic Remarnikova, should not be touched. They had arrested her. He had asked to leave the head of the Moscow Union of Socialist Revolutionaries Agunov alone. They had arrested him too. Azef was worried. He had to wait. The secret meeting with Argunov in the Sandunovsky baths was creeping into his head with details. Naked, in a room with mirrors, they discussed the plans for the union. Azef recalled the dissimilarity of the bodies in the mirrors, his and Argunov's. He was fat, with a huge belly, chest and legs and black curly hair. All the time, soaping himself with coarse foam, rubbing himself with a washcloth, splashing water out of a bucket. Skinny Argunov looked ridiculous naked. He stood naked, talking all the time. When the room attendant knocked on the door, that, like, an hour has already passed, Argunov put on underwear on his dry body, and Azef rubbed himself with a colored towel, squatted and grunted. Argunov couldn't be touched. Azef understood, and they exiled him to the Yakut region. Azef had a mathematical brain. He wanted clarity, and he wrote to Gotz, "Dear Mikhail, my conscience torments me that the comrades in Petersburg are abandoned to their fate. If only something had not happened, especially with Pavel Ivanovich. He is hot-tempered and bad as a conspirator. But I can do nothing. The technical side of the matter is holding me up in Berlin. Write about the news. A big kiss. Your Ivan." 7. But Savinkov was already shaking on the shaky Balagula. He was being driven to the German border by the cunning factor Nihonirman, who had been ferrying Russian immigrants from Suwalki for 20 years. On a moonlit night, the Balagula was overcrowded. Savinkov often jumped off the Balagula, ran warming up, waving his arms like a cabbie. "Ah, sir, you should sit down and sit. We can't all run. Then it would be better for us to run than to ride." And Savinkov, laughing, jumped on the Balagula. Wrapping himself tighter in his coat, he pulled the matting over himself. The Balagula slowly creaked across the border, quietly creaking in the night. And it was quiet on it, as if the old factor Neumann was carrying sacks of oats. 8. There were cacti in the windows of Chernov's apartment. At Savinkov's ring, bear-like steps began to approach the door. The chain came off. The lock clicked. In the semi-darkness, a large figure with an angry face and disheveled hair appeared. "How can I help you?" Chernov said badly in French. "I'm Savinkov." "What?" Chernov muttered in surprise. "Come in," he muttered angrily. The same portrait of Mikhailovsky, cigarette butts in the ashtray, despite the weather, 5 fishing rods with red floats. "What's the matter? Why are you here?" Chernov shouted. Savinkov saw anger. His red beard jumped. His round, slanted eyes darted to the sides. "I wanted to see Gotz, but he's not here. Mikhail left." "What's the matter?" "Azef abandoned us. They started following us." "What nonsense are you talking? Ivan is here." "I know. You ran away from your post. I beg you, Viktor Mikhailovich. You didn't dare. You ruined the matter. You were obliged to obey Ivan unquestioningly. He's the boss. He was appointed by the Central Committee. You were ordered to be in Petersburg. You must be there, no matter what it takes." The louder Chernov shouted, the shriller his scream became, the more elusive his eyes became. Chernov was outraged. He paced the room with sharp steps. "The devil knows what. While you are here, Cleve is flogging peasants, driving people into prison, filling Siberia with the best people. Viktor Mikhailovich, I want to eat." "What? What do you want?" "Eat. Feed me. I have been traveling for 2 weeks without money. And you know what?" Chernov cried out, dumbfounded. "You, a young man with impudence. That's what." 9. The next day, at dinner in the restaurant, Viktor Mikhailovich laughed a beautiful ordinary laugh. He kept saying, looking at us with the good-naturedness of an uncle, "Yes, my dear, you must admit, we so dry, and now we mow quinoa. We started a matter that was most important to the party. Everyone was confident that Pavel Ivanovich was leading it, and you, maybe, or maybe someone else. But is that really the matter, breadwinner? Wait, how Ivan will give you a good thrashing. Young and green, that's it, that's it. What would Vera say?" "What Vera? What Vera?" "Vera Nikolaevna Fina," answered Chernov, chewing his schnitzel. "And tell me, Pavel Ivanovich," Chernov said later, over coffee, "well, let's say you came to us from the Social Democrats. You say that you are not satisfied with the gap in the agrarian question. Well, how do you think, at least on the same agrarian question, let's say, A. You are hardly familiar with literature? Oh, hardly? You have probably never heard of the French utopian Zenfontaine, Bazard? And have you not had a chance to read about Lassalle's productive associations? Savinkov drank coffee, listening to the distant restaurant music. That's right, I have not heard, he said, smiling. Sipping his coffee. In agrarian matters, I'm not an expert. Not an expert? Chernov laughed, shaking his leonine hair. So to speak, a revolutionary on his saltic? Is that so? It's too bad that you're not a specialist. How can that be? You're a party member? Not on agrarian matters. I don't touch your department. God knows how much land a peasant needs. Look, Tolstoy says 3 arshins. You seem to be proposing considerably more. So how is that? Breadwinner, Leo Tolstoy and all that. Surely that would be indifference to the party program? Why? I simply accept what you are saying on this matter, and I say nothing of it. I'm not in the right specialty, Viktor Mikhailovich. You're a theoretician, so you should get your hands on books. I choose something else. Division of labor is the right principle for achievement. Theory for you. And let us have bombs. I think that your friend, Ivan Nikolaevich, is also not very interested in the French utopians. Aristocracy of the spirit, then. I understand. We don't bother with such trifles. So what about agrarian matters? We want bombs. Well, Chernov sang in a quick voice. 2 are standing, 2 are lying down, the 5th is walking, the 6th is driving. Well, is that all the bottle? We won't ask for another one. Putting the chair aside, Savinkov said, I, Viktor Mikhailovich, am actually an Narodnaya Volia member. It's in vain, my dear sir, in vain, to no avail. It's history. Yes, let's go. We've had our fill of lunch anyway. 10. On Thursday at 12 o'clock, every week, the armored carriage of Minister Pleve would rush out of the house on the Fontanka. Surrounded by trotters and cyclists, it would race swiftly, like a black lacquered cube, past the Trinity Bridge, the palace embankment to the Winter Palace. Through the foggy glass one could see the figure of a stout man looking at the white frozen Neva. 11. This time Savinkov was not traveling alone from Geneva. There was the nervous Kaliyev with his bright, mocking eyes, the rock-hard dynamite man Maximilian Schweitzer, the equally strong, only ruddy and cheerful Yegor Sazonov, the hesitant Borishinsky, the eczema-stricken Alexei Pakhotilov. Ivan Nikolaevich himself was traveling. They were all in different cities of Russia, Riga, Kiev, Moscow. But when spring came, they all came to Petersburg to kill the minister. 12. Before preparing the murder, the militants were in Moscow. Sent by the party, they did not yet know each other. Savinkov stayed at the fashionable Lux Hotel. And one day, when he was standing at the window without thinking, the heavy, stone figure of Azef appeared on the threshold. Azef did not offer his hand. He asked briefly, as if he were unaccused, "How dare you leave Petersburg?" and stared at Savinkov with his huge eyes. "I left because you abandoned us. We were threatened with arrest. We were tracked down by the police. So as not to screw up the case, I removed my comrades. But allow me to ask, how dare you abandon us to our fate, to be arrested by the police, without giving any instructions or money? Why was there not a single letter to the address you indicated?" Azef looked at Savinkov point blank. He wanted to know, was there any suspicion? There was none. "I was detained by the dynamite technology," said Azef. "I couldn't leave earlier. But it doesn't matter, you didn't dare leave your post. To the point of a senseless gallows? Nobody was watching you. If they hadn't been watching me, I'd still be in Petersburg. I was on the eve of the arrest. I barely escaped from the detectives." Azef was silent, calm. There were no suspicions. He said in a rusty rumble, as if to the side, "Tell me the results of the observations." This meant the end of an unpleasant conversation. Walking around the room, Savinkov talked about Pleve's trips. Azef sighed heavily, lazily with his stomach. "I knew all this without you. So, you did nothing. Kindly go to Petersburg, resume observation. That's why I came from Geneva. Today at 12 midnight you will see Pakhotilov. He will be waiting for you in a separate office of Yar, made up. He has a big blonde beard. Office number 3. There you will decide about the trip. Pakhotilov will prepare the shells. Schweitzer is waiting in Riga. I have already summoned by telegram to Petersburg. And are you connected with Kaliyev?" Yes. He lives here in the same hotel. Let him come with you. Leave tomorrow. The first appearance with me will be on March 20th at the Merchant Club at the Masquerade. Understood? It's not difficult to understand. I'm very glad that it's not difficult. I think that we will work better. If you are catchable, I think so too. Suddenly Azef smiled, a slow smile stretching his cheekbones. It was caress. Well, okay, he said. Let's not quarrel. I swear to God I love you. By the way, I've been wanting to switch to informal terms. You will be my assistant in the plea case. Okay, is that it? He laughed, rising heavily from his low chair. I told you that you are a gentleman, but it's okay, not bad. We need both gentlemen and cabbies in the conspiracy. Azef laughed nasal and squeezing Pavel Ivanovich's hand with both hands, he said. Today you will see Pokotolov and Ya. Tomorrow the three of you leave for the place. 13. The snow on the Moscow streets was glossy, as if the capital had been paved with white parquet. From Tverskaya to Petrovsky Park, the flaming, worn-out Golubtsy, with bells and ribbons, began their march. The horses snorted. A motley crowd raced, in carpeted sleighs with wings. Cocottes with officers. Merchants and old-fashioned raccoons. Europeanized merchants' sons in beaver fur coats. Visiting provincials. Officials drinking away the treasury. Who wasn't there? Boris Savinkov was racing along the street. Petersburg Highway in a grey Daredevil, pleasantly leaning back on the resounding potholes. Many lagged behind the frisky Daredevil. Only a couple of hired Golubtsy, racing at a wild pace, rode past at a gallop, as if the riders were in a hurry, that they would not live long enough to reach Yar. The lovers of gypsy melancholy, from which their bones ached, were brought by wet, wheezing horses to a small one-story house with an ordinary sign Yar. Yar was low, tables, an open stage. It seemed like nothing special, but there was something in a country tavern, which is why hundreds of dreamers, rich people, fools, neurotics shot each other in the offices to the gypsy songs and dances of Shura Damura. Office number 3. Please come in, the little tatter bowed. Savinkov followed the briskly running little tatter in a tailcoat. They passed the crowded hall. Savinkov smelled flowers, perfume, alcohol. They sat in tailcoats, low-cut shirts, tuxedos, frock coats, and jerkins, to the accompaniment of Polyakov guitars, which seemed to be about to break into pieces from the crazy playing. A woman with hot gypsy eyes, all in bright red, dark as the earth, sang from the stage. In the Chazy Ryaka Voykayagdev Stretel Tebia, the woman seemed to Savinkov to be full of despair. Please come in, the little tatter bowed at the office. The door closed. A tall Russian gentleman with a long curly beard stood up from behind the table. Pavel Ivanovich? Don't you recognize me? Pokotolov said, shaking your hand. The devil knows what it is, at a distance of 2 steps, talking to you for 4 hours. I wouldn't recognize you. All the better. That makes me happy. I don't drink. But here I have to. Will you allow me? Thank you. Savinkov held out a narrow neck glass. 2 refined Russian gentlemen looked at Savinkov from the mirror. One with a beard, very Russian. The other clean-shaven, with Mongolian laughing eyes, looking like a young priest. Have you noticed how covered the mirrors are? They've been practicing for centuries. We were trying diamonds. While waiting for you, I kept reading the inscriptions. Quite funny. Savinkov stood up, went to the mirror, and his eyes were caught by the inscription in a sweeping drunken handwriting across the entire mirror. Love and illegible. You can try mine too. Savinkov first scribbled, then crossed out the inscription love with the inscription death. But it turned out badly, and he walked away, laughing in the mirror. Have you met Ivan Nikolaevich? Yes. Ivan Nikolaevich said, I and the poet are leaving for Petersburg tomorrow. Schweitzer has left. Yegor is already there. Yes, Ivan Nikolaevich said. Information and observations will be passed on to you. You will be directly. But suddenly a chorus burst out from behind the wall with the stamping of feet, squeals, and immediately flying broken dishes. Many feet began to dance. Amid the whooping and whistling, like thousands of cheerful balalaikas, the chorus uttered, "Ah, you are a lady, you are a madam. They must be merchants." With a flourish, smiled Savinkov, who loved squeals, singing, and the slamming of bottles. So you will have contact with Ivan Nikolaevich? I will. Sazonov and Matsevsky will become cabbies. Kalyaev will go on a cigarette racket. You and Schweitzer, prepare shells. Yes, yes. Pakotilov took a sip of champagne, listening to the incessant revelry. It was strange that the Genevan émigré comrade Alexei, whom Savinkov knew, was sitting like a Russian gentleman, and from someone else's beard came the voice and thoughts of the émigré Pakotilov. Pavel Ivanovich, of course, I submit to the discipline and orders of Ivan Nikolaevich. He is an excellent organizer, a good comrade, but understand, it would be terrible for me if they passed me by now. What do you mean? Just think. Pakotilov spoke quietly. I wanted to kill Bagulapov. I was completely ready. Everything was decided. I came from Poltava to Petersburg, had already signed up for an appointment with him, and suddenly Karpovich got ahead of me. I began to prepare for Sapyagin. Barmashov went for him. I went to Poltava to Gershuni, asked. It was decided. I will kill Abolinsky. Suddenly I find out that not me, but Kachera. Kachera is a worker. He is preferred. Pakotilov spoke too hotly, bringing his face too close. Small drops of blood appeared on Pakotilov's forehead from eczema. Pavel Ivanovich, do you understand? I can't do it anymore. I don't have enough strength. I'm exhausted. The bomb on Pliv must be mine. And I see that Ivan Nikolaevich treats me with mistrust. Where did you get that from? I think so. I ask you to support me. I will prepare the bombs, but that is not enough. I want to go out myself. You understand? Myself? I understand. Well, there you go. Will you support me? Pakotilov put his thin white hand on Savinkov's hand. I will support you. Well, then, to success. Pakotilov smiled. They both raised their glasses. Do you believe it? Said Savinkov. Of course, said Pakotilov, wiping his glued-on mustache. You know Ivan Nikolaevich? With he can't fail. He is calculating, precise, cold-blooded and very secretive. That's important. I'm convinced that we will kill. It's just hard to wait. I keep dynamite. Living with dynamite while waiting is unbearable. Not for long now. Savinkov did not want Pakotilov to talk about the painful topic of the melancholy of waiting. Maybe we should go into the hall, he said, otherwise it might seem suspicious, sitting here alone. Or maybe we should invite some girls. What do you think? Pakotilov winced. It's not worth it, he said. I really want to go. It's time. Although you know, I have insomnia. That's why I drank more than usual. I don't fall asleep before 4. Savinkov walked Pakotilov to the door. When he returned, he sat alone, finishing his glass, then lit a cigarette, and rang the bell. The Tatar entered. Who was that singer, in red, when I came in? Shishkina. Invite her. With guitarists? No, alone. I can tell you that she is not one of those, you understand, the footman said familiarly. Savinkov measured the footman from head to toe. Go and call him. Here is my business card. On the card, Engineer McCulloch. 14. Music burst through the door of the office. A woman in a bright red dress trimmed with gold stood on the threshold, her jet black hair pinned up with a large, shining hairpin. As a well-bred man, Savinkov stood up to greet her. She walked toward him, smiling. 2 guitarists in colorful gypsy costumes entered the door. They locked the door and the office became quiet. Do you want to hear a gypsy song? The woman said in a low voice, showing her bright teeth in a smile. She was of good height. Beautiful bare loamy hands. The same face. Large, simple hair though, black-blue, like a horse's. Her eyes were hot, with a slightly stretched slit, and there was some kind of despair in them. Maybe the woman was drunk. The guitarist stood at a distance. Both were black, curly. I really want to hear your song, Savinkov said, kissing the hand, all in rings. A footman carried champagne. Another, fruit. A poorly dressed girl came in next with a basket of flowers. Savinkov gathered red roses and handed them to Shishkina. Oh, what a kind gentleman. She laughed lowly, imitating the camp dwellers. Are you not Russian? An Englishman. Oh, you're joking, sir. Shishkina narrowed her eyes and laughed. An Englishman will buy a rose, buy 2, but that's how Russians buy. And an Englishman won't invite you into his office either. Taking a deep sip of champagne, Shishkina said, well, should I sing to you, Sir Englishman? She was extraordinary. There was so much fire in her, so much life. and despair beat in her eyes along with the fire. Shishkina sang sitting down. She just moved away from the table. The guitarist stood on either side. She was in red. The guitarists were in multicolored. First, one of them started playing poignantly, stamping his foot. The other picked up the piercing tune, but he tore at the guitar too much. You could hear the strings grabbing and something rattling. Shishkina sighed, and suddenly the study was filled with a strong, stifled note of a hoarse voice. But it seemed so. Shishkina sang mournfully. Her voice thundered in the mirrors. She sang not at all cheerfully. Tell me something with your eyes, my dear. And from this unlearned singing Savinkov felt a chill run down his skin. Shishkina's eyes were half closed, her hands were folded. She pronounced the last words of the song captivatingly, as if she had torn them out of her chest and laid them before him. She sat motionless while the guitars finished playing the accompaniment, plaintively changing from major to minor. Wonderful, Savinkov said. The windows of the study were curtained, but Savinkov knew it was already light outside. Shishkina said something to the guitarists in Gypsy. They nodded their heads, and suddenly they struck with cries. She, rocking on her chair, shuddering from the shouted, pronounced notes, sang an old, ancient, perhaps Indian. Everything floated in smooth, easy transitions. The song, Shishkina, the guitarists. It was strange that a grown man in a tavern wanted to cry. Shishkina finished, moved closer to the table. She asked in the same low-chest voice, laughing with her eyes, "Is it a good gypsy song?" "It is. Only the English master." Her eyes laughed. "Should I leave you?" And she spoke in a camp voice, and her narrow eyes, burning with despair, laughed. "Thank you for the song. How much do I owe you?" "That, dear master, I don't know. My guitarists know." Shishkina, holding out her silver-ringed hand, rustled her red dress, and left the office, sending a fiery glance from the door, and waving her hand. 20 rubles for a song, sir. We'll take it, the senior guitarist grunted. Savinkov threw in 100-ruble note. There was no one left in the Yah hall. Noise, dancing music, singing came from the offices. Breathless footmen hurriedly ran, running with wine, food, plates, forks. If there is failure, they'll hang me, Savinkov thought. When please sir, the doorman handed him a beaver hat and a cane. The daredevils rushed at the entrance. One drove the shaft of his car under the arc of another. Both burst into a fathom-long curse, waving the thick arms of their kaftans. Savinkov sat on the third. The fine mare, snorting, rushed away from the Yar. Savinkov raced through Moscow. He felt the wind pleasantly on his heated, wine-stained face. When the mayor carried the sleigh along Sadovaya Triumphalnaya, he involuntarily glanced at the sign, "Rooms for visitors. North Pole." Kaliyev lived there. Probably a happy child is sleeping and seeing the death of the minister in his dreams. Savinkov smiled faintly in the wind. The mayor carried him quickly to Lux. 15. Azef had a hard time. The will of the terrorists demanded Plev's death. The party demanded it. Rumors of provocation demanded it. It had to be dispelled. But after the murder, fear of the department, failure, betrayal into the hands of revolutionaries? At this thought, Azef squinted and turned pale. He was afraid of these young people, ready for anything. To make the situation clearer, he went to Warsaw. The old detective, provocateur, actual state councillor P.I. Rachkovsky was a strange man. The dark-haired man was tall, stooped, with a sharp nose, a sparse beard growing only on his chin. He spoke in a soft tenor, slightly lisped when talking, loved white vests, turned-down collars. Rachkovsky's eyes never stopped. They darted. He looked like a razor clenched in a dark sheath. During the reign of Alexander II, Rachkovsky began his career. For 20 years he combined the game of provocateurs, striking at revolutionaries, smashing bold plans, carrying out raids and arrests. But the old man, who looked like a razor, was thrown out by Plev like a dog. In the poor rooms on Burakovskaya lives the one who was entrusted by the French with the protection of President Lubert, who had a hand in the Vatican, being friends with Bishop Charmantin, was close to Delcasse, influencing the Franco-Russian alliance. The detective was loved by the Tsar himself. When the minister did not shake hands with the provocateur, the Tsar personally introduced the provocateur to the minister, saying, "Here is Rachkovsky, whom I especially love." And the minister firmly shook Rachkovsky's hand. but on Pleve's report, that Tsar put a resolution, I wish that you take measures to stop Rachkovsky's activities once and for all. Through personal detectives, Pleve caught Rachkovsky and compromised him. The report accused him of aiding the anarchist explosion of the cathedral in Liege, Agent Rachkovsky's participation in the murder of General Selavestov, theft of documents needed by Whitford's Iron, and dealings with foreign firms to provide concessions in Russia. What was going through the soul of old Rachkovsky, yellowed by espionage and schemes? They killed him, he whispered, rushing about on the worn carpet of the apartment. But not out of despair, but like a hunted seasoned wolf, looking for a clearing, where he could rush, spring up, and bite someone's throat. Pyotr Ivanovich, Dinah, said his wife, the French woman Ksenia Charlotte, whispering something to himself. Rachkovsky went to have dinner, but even as a death row inmate, he could not taste the food. And who? A scoundrel, the son of an organist, the murderer of Bogdanovich? Rachkovsky chokes with anger, thinking about Pleve. 16. When Pyotr Ivanovich had eaten 2 spoons of rasolnik with goose giblets, there was a quiet ring in the hall. Who could it be? Thought Rachkovsky, stopping to eat, and stood up, closing the door to the dining room. In the darkness of the corridor, Azef said, holding out his hand. Hello, Pyotr Ivanovich. Forgive me, sir, I don't recognize you, said Rachkovsky, moving closer. Ah, Evgeny Filipovich. God sent you. I'm terribly glad. Please come in. Completely unexpectedly. I'm just passing through, muttered Azef, and it was clear from his words that he was out of breath while climbing the high staircase. In a rather poor study with a worn carpet, once in flowers, where Rachkovsky had just been rushing about, Azef sat down in a rocking chair, lowered his feet to the floor, raised it and did not rock. The conversation had not yet begun. The work is going very badly, Pyotr Ivanovich, Azef rumbled nasal. It was obvious that he was really upset about something. Judge, what's the attitude? I'm not talking about money, you know, it's a pittance, about business. I'm not some kind of hack, thank God. I've been working for more than a year, and you know how they take advantage of me? What's the matter? Rachkovsky asked quietly, leaning forward. I gave up on the Northern Union. I gave up Berekov, Verbitskaya, Selayak, literature, the printing house. I only asked them not to touch the nurse Remyanikova. She's not interesting herself. Her apartment served only as a warehouse, and I myself had been to her the day before. But they thought it was not enough. The next day they took Remyanikova too. Well, so what? Rachkovsky said, pretending not to understand. Come on, Azef muttered. I didn't come to you for jokes. You understand that there are rumors in the party. They'll put a bullet in my forehead. Yes, of course. It's unreasonable, said Rachkovsky, and it seemed to him that a conversation with Azef could be useful in some way. So what? And has this happened more than once? After all, excuse me, the case with Remyanikova has been going on for a long time. I'm not sure that there are no suspicions because of her. Rachkovsky, squinting, looked deep into Azef's pupilless eyes, smiling with bluish lips, said slowly, I can reassure you, they won't hang you yet. After all, this is Lyubov Alexandrovna Remyanikova? Is that so? The paramedic? Well, I know. Verbitskaya is suspected of treason. That is, they even know that she got confused and gave up on Spiridovich during interrogation. Yes, there is nothing to worry about. Verbitskaya is well appointed. The Socialist Revolutionaries are blaming her, and Remyanikova is covered up. Are they dead? Is that why they came? Azef floured his legs and swayed slightly. It's a disgrace, he muttered quietly. Ratayev is pretending to be dissatisfied with my information. He doesn't understand that he has to be careful. I can't get involved in stupid questions. And then this Krestyanov found out about me from some spy Pavlov. Well, that's over. And you judge again. What happened to Serafima Klitschoglu? She made an appointment with me in Petersburg. I reported to Ratayev, asking whether to allow the appointment or not, but I said that, if my appointment with her takes place, then she can't be touched, because suspicion will fall on me again. They called a meeting there, as Ratayev says, with Lopukhin himself, decided that a meeting was necessary, and that they should not touch her. I gave her a report. She came. They arrested her a few days later. But is that work? What do they think? That I don't value my life? That I'm climbing into the noose myself? Yes, to hell with them. What do they think? But what? Do they not need me? Or what? Azef was worried. Anger was starting. Foam of saliva appeared on his thick lips. Rachkovsky looked at him intently and specifically at his saliva. After all, they don't have anyone. They lie that they do. There is no one, Azef insisted, peering at Rachkovsky. Rachkovsky was thinking, his eyes like mice, darting under his eyebrows. What can I say? Your services are certainly great. The work is not a piece. Serious, he said, thinking and as if having realized something. There are no people there now, Yevgeny Filipovich. That's why there's chaos. The minister throws out real people devoted to the cause and takes in new ones. The fool doesn't understand, Rachkovsky said sharply, that in the search business, experience is everything. Everything. Rachkovsky repeated weightily. After a pause, Azef said languidly, did plea replace you? As you can see, after 25 years of service, a crooked smile, full of malice, as if even crying, appeared on Rachkovsky's face. Azef looked askance. Rachkovsky turned, and, as if laughing, said, and what do you think, Mr. Azef, about the Kishinev affair? About what? About the pogrom? Azef darkened. Was it his doing? Who, sir? Cleve. Otherwise, who, sir? Rachkovsky laughed. He thinks that law and order can be established by killing Jews. I'll tell you a secret. Rachkovsky leaned over, of course, between you and me. After all, the minister opened the outlet not so much for himself as for the pleasure of his secret master, Sergei Alexandrovich, to please, so to speak, but he didn't calculate, as you see, he didn't take the West into account, and now after the article in Time he sends out a correspondent, this and that, but it's not so simple with Europe. It doesn't work out. Yes sir. He sees that he went too far with the murder of 40 Jews, but not Jesus Christ. He won't resurrect the dead. Rachkovsky laughed shakily, not taking his eyes off Azef. Azef waited. At least that was, it seems, why he came. And tell me, Evgeny Filipovich, said Rachkovsky, getting up, is it true that the revolutionaries are preparing major acts? Azef looked at Rachkovsky's half-profile. He stared at the panting snake-like half-profile. He wanted to know if the associations were correct. Rachkovsky quickly turned to Azef, as if to say, what do you think? That I'm afraid of you or something? Azef spoke as if reluctantly. They seem to be preparing. I don't know. I hope it's not central. Rachkovsky rushed about as he approached. I don't think you're getting away with it. No, it's not central, Azef said, straightening his vest and glancing briefly at Rachkovsky. What, ministerial? Pretending that he wasn't that interested, Azef stood up. They are preparing a report, Pyotr Ivanovich, but you are an unofficial person now. I, in fact, have no right. Azef smiled with his lips turned out. Ho ho. Where did you grab it? Rachkovsky slapped him on the shoulder. And don't be afraid, my dear. Rachkovsky suddenly spoke boldly, and moving close, and emphasizing each word, he said, and there have been worse disgraces. One thing is important, and then I will not be in disgrace, and you, my dear friend, will not work with fools, and not risk the noose for such pennies. And looking intently, Rachkovsky said, you don't want to hang in the noose, do you? Azef understood. But he burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? Rachkovsky said offendedly. Just like that, Pyotr Ivanovich. Well, yes, Rachkovsky drawled, and, holding Azef's hand, moving closer again, said. And you stop it, sir. Think about it. I'm not joking. We need to get out on the road. Yes, yes. Do you know my connections? Azef was surprised to feel that Rachkovsky had a strong hand. Rachkovsky squeezed his fin tightly, saying you know, squeezed almost to the point of pain. Let's try our luck, Azef muttered. Rachkovsky could not even hear the muttering. But he spoke, leading him to the door. You're leaving us today, aren't you? With the evening one. Having reached the stairs, Azef began to walk down them slowly, like any person burdened with a heavy weight. 17. Savinkov was sure of the murder. Surveillance promised success. The surveillance had found out the route. Pakotilov's expansiveness was balanced by Sazanov's composure. Kaliev's nervousness by Schweitzer's logic of will. Dressed in an impeccable tailcoat, Savinkov was hurrying to the masquerade. His balding head was combed by a barber on Nevsky. An orchid had been bought from Elas. When Savinkov climbed the mirrored, shining staircase between the motley lawn of masks, lace, sequins, dominoes, he looked like a golden youth of Petersburg, who knew nothing in life except fun. He was puffy, spoke to the footman undressing him in the tone of a dandy. Trumpeters were playing a waltz in the hall. The hall was brilliant, enormous. 1,000 people were dancing. It seemed unlikely to find Azef among the masks. Savinkov cut the corner of the hall. The red domino rushed towards him, took him by the elbow and quietly said, "I know you." She was a plump woman. Savinkov laughed, freeing his elbow. "Dear mask, you are mistaken. You do not know me, just as I do not know you. Well, anyway, you are dear, let's go dance. Tell me where you will be, I will come later. I'm busy." "What are you busy with?" 3 white clowns squealed, showering Savinkov and the mask with a heap of confetti, tying them with streamers. Savinkov laughed, moving away. The mask leaned on Savinkov's arm, pressing against him. It was clear what the red domino wanted. From the corridor Savinkov saw, in a black suit, Azef is coming up the stairs. Azef walked confidently, solidly, like a good businessman, not rushing with the entertainment of a masquerade. "You know, mask, don't be angry, go to the hall." "No, you'll deceive me." "Listen, I'm telling you straight, go, you're annoying." "Scoundrel," hissed the mask, hitting his hand with a fan and walking away. Savinkov saw Azef greet a young man in a light suit standing in the doorway. The man was about 25 years old, strong, short. Savinkov saw that Azef noticed him. Without losing sight of Azef and the young man, he walked on. In the buffet, having caught up with them, he put his hand on Azef's shoulder. Ivan Nikolaevich turned around, taking Savinkov's arm in a friendly manner. "Let's get acquainted." Savinkov shook the young man's hand. He said, "Leopold." Savinkov guessed, Maximilian Schweitzer. In the buffet of the Merchant Club, plates, forks, knives, spoons clinked, and bottles were opened. Masked people, people without masks, sat at the tables. Azef and his comrades looked for a place in vain, but the footman led them into the winter garden. Here, under the palm trees, they were almost alone. Azef was focused. Savinkov exchanged insignificant phrases with Schweitzer. Schweitzer seemed like a machine gun, confident and precise. "Have you brought dynamite?" Azef said quietly, turning to Schweitzer. "Yes." "And have you prepared the shells?" "Yes." "How many do you have?" 8. "I can make 3 more," said Schweitzer, taking a drag on his cigarette. Okay, said Azef, thinking. "And how are you doing with observation, Pavel Ivanovich?" "Good." Yegor and Joseph saw the carriage 3 times. Both cabbies are standing right next to the department. "It's dangerous. Warn them not to do it. I told you. They don't notice any surveillance. Warn them anyway. There's no point in standing right next to the house. It's not necessary." "And what about the poet? And do you suppose you have a plan?" "Yes, external surveillance is quite sufficient. It has found out that on Thursdays Pleve leaves the Fontanka for the Neva and goes along the embankment to the Winter Palace. He returns the same way. If that's clear. If the shells are ready, there are people. So what's missing? Pleve will be killed. That's arithmetic." Azef looked at him and said, "Not only is it not arithmetic, it's not even integral calculus. That's not how you discuss plans. If everything went so smoothly, we would have killed all the ministers long ago." Schweitzer was silent, not looking at any of them. "There is no integral here," Savinkov said hotly. "The plan is simple, and the simplicity of a plan is always only a plus." "Well, speak without philosophy," Azef interrupted, smiling. "How do you think to conduct it? It is best this way. Pakotilov wants to be a thrower at all costs. So let it be." "What do you mean, at all costs?" Azef interrupted. "He says that Karpovich, Barmashov, Kachera have beaten him to it, that he cannot wait." "What nonsense. I don't care whether he can or cannot. I'm the head of the BO, and whoever I appoint will throw. Because of Pakotilov's hysteria, I'm not risking the case. It is not about hysteria. Pakotilov is a good revolutionary. I have confidence in him. He will do the job. And I see no reason why he should not go first. Well, Azef interrupted. Pakotilov with 2 bombs will make the first attack right on the Fontanka near Stieglitz's house. Borishinsky with 2 bombs will take a place closer to the Neva. If Pakotilov cannot throw or throws unsuccessfully, then Abram will finish off the carriage. Sazonov as a cab driver will also take a bomb and stand near the police department. If it is convenient for him to throw the bomb when Pleve leaves, he will throw it. Azef drew with a pencil on a paper napkin, seemingly not even listening. Well, and if Pleve goes along Panteleimonovskaya and Litini, then what? He looked contemptuously at Savinkov. Then Kaliev will be standing on the chain bridge. If Pleve goes along Litini, Kalai will give the sign. Pakotilov and Borishinsky will have time to cross. Nonsense, said Azef. This plan is no good. This is not a plan, but crap. With such a plan, kill poor old women, not a minister. The matter must be postponed. You have done little, and with insufficient information you can't interfere. This only means wasting people and the whole matter. I will not agree to this. A man. Azef waved to the footman. Seltzer. Savinkov was furious. It offended him that undeserved reproaches were being said in front of a new comrade. He waited until the footman, having uncorked the smoking bottle, poured seltzer into Azef's glass. When the footman walked away, Savinkov began to speak excitedly. If you are dissatisfied with my actions, lead the way yourself. Sazonov, Pakotilov, Matsevsky, the poet, Abram agree with my plan. I don't know the opinion of Comrade Leopold. He turned towards the calmly sitting Schweitzer. All the other comrades are sure that with this plan 99% are in favor of us killing Pleve. But I don't see it, said Azef, sipping seltzer. Then talk to the comrades yourself. Maybe they will convince you. We must strike for sure. And if we don't strike for sure, then it's better not to strike at all. Azef leaned back in his chair, looking straight at the agitated Pavel Ivanovich. As you know, I have expressed my opinion. I support it, said Savinkov. Then give me your plan. Azef was silent. What do you think, Comrade Leopold? He turned to Schweitzer. Schweitzer looked at Azef calmly and confidently. My task in this matter is purely technical. I have completed it. 8 shells are ready. As for Pavel Ivanovich's plan, I think that with some detailing it is quite suitable. And Schweitzer fell silent, not looking at his interlocutors. And I think that this is a bad plan, Azef stubbornly repeated, and I will not agree to this plan. At this time, a red domino appeared in the doorway of the winter garden, arm in arm with the medieval Landsknecht. Savinkov thought that the mask pointed him out to its cavalier. Azef saw her with a sidelong eye, and, lying down on the table, quietly said, "What is this red domino, Pavel Ivanovich? Was she with you?" Azef's face turned pale. Schweitzer sat without changing his pose. The domino walked along, laughing with the motley Landsknecht. The devil knows, she just stuck to him. It may not be that simple, muttered Azef. How the hell careless you are. We should pay and go our separate ways. Yes, I'm telling you, she's just pestering me. And how do you know who she is under the mask? Azef said angrily. And leaning back in his chair, he shouted as if calmly, "A man. The bill." All 3 of them, getting up, began to rustle their chairs. And they went their separate ways in the large dance hall. Azef was the first to leave the club. He took a cab. And only when he saw on the deserted street that he was riding alone, he got off, paid and walked to the next alley. They'll kill me, he thought as he walked. Now you won't be able to hold on. But suddenly Azef smiled, stopping. If I give them all up, about 200,000. He muttered, and sweat appeared under his hat. 150 for sure. His thoughts broke down. Whenever there was a smell of money, Azef always felt a thrilling excitement. I have to see Ratayev tomorrow, Azef decided and turned into the alley 18. L.A. Ratayev arrived in Petersburg at the same time as Azef. The situation in the police department was worrying. His career was in danger of being hit. The department, in its new composition, seemed to ignore the work of engineer Azef in the fight against revolutionaries. Ratayev understood that these were the intrigues of Colonel Kremenetsky. They had to be brought to light. That is why Ratayev nervously walked around the secret police apartment on Panteleimonovskaya, waiting for Azef. Exactly at 4, after lunch, Azef left the Rossiya hotel. Ratayev himself opened the door for him. But Ratayev had never seen an employee so gloomy, like a leaden cloud. Azef, having entered, did not say a word. What is it, Evgeny Filipovich? What happened? The worst thing that could happen has happened, muttered Azef, walking into the room, like a man who knew the layout of the apartment well. Ratayev followed him. Azef stood in front of him at full height. His face was distorted with anger. His thick lips were jumping like two balls. The whites were red. His pupil-less eyes were filled with hatred. He was waving his arms, shouting, "Leonid Alexandrovich, if things go on like this, I will not work. Just know that. Every minute they expose me to the gallows, to a bullet, to God knows what. What's the matter? What happened?" This is what happened, and Azef threw the letter. It began, "Dear Ivan." Ratayev glanced at the signature. "I kiss you. You're Mikhail Gotts?" he asked. Azef did not answer. He sat there agitated, yellow and white, like a giant animal ready to jump. While Ratayev was reading, his amazement grew. Azef turned around. "Well, what do you say? You see, the actions of the department have already begun to give me away. This Rubikin is writing directly to Gotts that I'm a provocateur." Azef choked on his saliva in anger and began to cough. "The devil knows what. And do you think Klitschoglu's arrest will go to waste? Do you think the revolutionaries are more stupid than your fools from the department?" Azef shouted. "No, forgive me, their documents do not disappear, as they do in the department. What do you say about this? After all, you have their man sitting there. That is clear now. You are not worried that I will hang on a coat rack for pennies all eye around like a dead dog." Azef walked around Ratayev. His face was flushed red. He was terrible. Ratayev was silent, tugging at his mustache. "Do you think, Evgeny Filipovich, that Gotts can believe it? After all, he writes that all this is nonsense, so that you don't worry. It seems to me that you only need leave what I need. You say that you need to avoid such blunders. Tell me please, was it possible for Zubotov to do this in Moscow? After all, there is such chaos here that the devil would break his leg. One gives the order not to arrest, another grabs. Is it possible to conduct business like that? And for pennies too. I will earn these pennies through peaceful work." Azef said on the go. "That is not why I came here." Ratayev stood up. "Wait, Evgeny Filipovich, I will go put on some coffee. We will drink. We will talk more calmly. Otherwise you really scared me. The devil is not so terrible." Azef did not say a word. Left alone, he paced from corner to corner. He went to the window. The window was covered with a thick curtain. Standing behind it, Azef looked at the empty street. Vankas were riding. People were walking with a tired gait. Azef stood, looked into the emptiness of the street, and decided to kill Pleve. Because it was impossible to work like this any longer. Because Rachkovsky was hinting at screwing up. For the Kishinev pogrom. Footsteps were heard in the corridor. Having made his decision, Azef was already calm. But when Ratayev entered, he assumed his former, sullen expression. Ratayev entered with a tray. His graceful figure reminded one of the cavalry. With cups, coffee pots, and crackers. He was even cozy. And it was strange to assume that an elderly, light cavalryman, with a tray, was fighting terrorists. "Let's have some coffee, some Parisian, and talk about how to avoid all kinds of evil. I'll write to Lopukhin about everything right away." "You are welcome." Ratayev handed Azef a rococo cup with a wreath of roses around the rim. Azef silently put in the sugar, silently sipped. Everything was decided. He put a period, and the period became his calm. "You see, Evgeny Filipovich," said Ratayev. He loved the most expensive aromatic coffee. "You got so worked up over this letter from your Movshi." Ratayev smiled. "That I didn't even object. And yet, my friend, you said some offensive things. How could that be?" "Well, let's say they are old friends. I even agree that you are right in many ways. Of course, Zubotov never had such a crowd. With you, for example, there are a number of very sad mistakes. I already found out about the arrest of Klitschoglu. It was Colonel Kremenetsky's trick. He has an observant agent who lies to him like a grey gelding, and they, supposedly, could not stand it with him. Of course, everything is being done to spite me, as you know. And with the loss of documents, all this is there. But Rubikin's denunciation is not at all a terrible thing. We will avoid all this, and avoid it forever. I promise that I will talk to Lopukhin personally. And there is nothing to worry about. The revolutionaries, of course, believe you and Rubikhin's letter. You can't trust forever, Azef said nasal, putting down his cup. You are right, but there are no grounds for mistrust. There are only rumors. Rumors can be confirmed by facts. Leonid Alexandrovich, I would ask you not on Lito talk to Lopukhin, but also arrange a meeting for me. With Lopukhin? On what subject? First, I want to ask for a raise. I can't work for this salary. And then I'll have important messages for him. But you can tell me about it? Ratayev's eyes became cautious. I want to tell him directly, to back up my request. Oh, well, you're a diplomat, Yevgeny Filipovich. Well, I'll report it. You know my attitude towards you. I'll report it, and I think he'll see you. And perhaps sooner. Otherwise, I'll leave. Okay, said Ratayev. Would you like some more coffee? Azef pushed the cup forward. While pouring, Ratayev spoke again. He felt that the storm had passed, and it was possible to move on to business without pain. But what I wanted to ask you, Evgeny Filipovich, is that alarming information has started to arrive. You probably know that a certain Yegor Sazonov has fled from exile abroad, allegedly with the firm intention of returning and killing Minister Plev. Well, Azef said discontentedly, as if Ratayev were saying something extremely uninteresting. You haven't met him abroad? Don't you know about him? And how true is all this? I don't know, Azef said, shaking his head and sipping his coffee. How do you say, Yegor? Yes, Yegor Sazonov. I don't know him. I met Izet Sazonov in Ufa, but not Yegor. So Izet is his brother. I don't know. Where did you get this information from? The information is, of course, unverified, but it seems like the source is not bad, even if it is random. Nonsense, said Azef, I haven't heard. But how, Evgeny Filipovich? They even insist that there are several terrorists here. There are here. Well, so what? You know yourself that I arrived here 2 days ago. I'm not a holy spirit to see through everything. But you yourself say that there are. I say that there are some, but I haven't found out who yet. It seems they're not even foreign, local, from other cities. I'll have meetings with them, then I'll tell you. Yes, this is very important, very important. Ratayev began to bustle about, but could this be preparation for a central act? God forbid. What do you think? I don't know yet, but I think I would know that. So you have absolutely no information, except for what you reported. Yes. Chaim Levitt is in Oral. He must be taken. He is starting to operate on a large scale. We can catch him red-handed. Ratayev took out his notebook and quickly wrote it down. And did they catch Sletov? As they wrote, at the border. Also dangerous. Hold him tight, Azef croaked. And tell me please, Evgeny Filipovich, is it true that Sletov is Chernov's wife's brother? It is true, said Azef and stood up. So I ask, Leonid Alexandrovich, to arrange a meeting with Lopukhin for me. It is necessary, and besides, find out everything, and talk it over in order to nip this disgraceful conduct of business in the bud. Tell me straight out, that I cannot work like this. It threatens my life. I know, Evgeny Filipovich, rest assured. Notify me before being called for. Rest assured. And Levitt, forgive me, is he probably in Oral now? Surely. Telegraph. And they will. He will stay there for another month. It is too early to take him. We need to let the bud bloom. That is your business. Well, goodbye, said Azef. I have to go. Ratayev saw Azef walking across the street. The street was wet from the fine street. Petersburg drizzle. Automatically, Ratayev glanced at his watch. In the secret police apartment it showed 5:19. At 5 o'clock there were two cabs standing on Gorokhovaya, not at the exchange. One was near house number 13, the other near house number 24. The first was a smart one, with a good cab's uniform, with a varnished apron, varnished wings of the cab. The other was a lousy one. The horse drooped, and the cabbie sat drooping on the box. The cabbies were busy, refusing passengers. 5:15, an elegant gentleman in a brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat of the same color appeared on Gorokhovaya. Like all Petersburg flaneurs, the gentleman walked with an absent-minded gait, waving his cane. When he drew level with the first cabbie, he glanced at him. But who knows who glances at cabbies? Maybe the gentleman wanted to go, but now he changed his mind. The young man in the brown coat crossed the street. He had already passed the second cabbie, but suddenly, realizing something, he turned sharply and waved his cane. The blue caftan began to move on the box as he sorted out the reins. The gentleman got into the cab and the cabbie moved off. As he walked past the first cabbie, the gentleman noticed the cabbie's envy in his gaze. He took the passenger, and I'm still standing. But no one on Gorokhover Street had seen the cabbie's gaze. Moreover, it had changed. From the opposite side, a fat businessman in a black overcoat, a bowler hat, and an umbrella in his hands, was walking towards the cabbie. The businessman walked slowly and was fat. Having looked back in front of the cabbie, the businessman got into the cabbie, his fat body letting the springs hang low. The cabbie moved off. From the glittering center of the city, cabbies rode to the outskirts, into the square Petersburg darkness with the yellow of the street lamps. There were workers' backwaters, with foul smells and smoke. Cabbies droshky jumped along the poorly paved road. At the Nevskaya Zastiva, the chimneys of factories smoked with dull smoke. The cabbies rode. An unknown outskirts with some dirty taverns began. The road became like a county causeway. The cabbies rode slowly. Soon, turning off the road onto a country road, they opened up in the darkness. The first cabbie stopped in a field. Savinkov, getting off the droshky, muttered, "We've gone to hell, Joseph." Matsevsky jumped off the box like a cabbie and went to his horse. In the darkness, he straightened the harness that had gone astray. The horse snorted, smearing its coat with foam coming from under the bit. The silhouette of the second carriage was taking shape. The horse stopped. Azef's plump figure slowly walked towards the first one in the darkness. "And they won't catch us?" he said, greeting Savinkov. "What the hell, it's pitch black here. Do you have a revolver?" "I do." "Did we drive clean?" "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Let's do it this way," Azef said. "Let's get into the first carriage and discuss everything. It's more convenient in every sense, even if there is a chase." Sazonov, rustling in his long-skirted coat, approached from the second carriage. Greeting Savinkov and Matsevsky, he said in a sing-song voice, laughing, "It's so dark, you won't recognize your own." Matsevsky sat on the box, Azef and Savinkov in the droshky. Sazonov stood by the droshky, his foot on the step. "Well, Ivan Nikolaevich," Matsevsky began to speak, "we must finish. It's all clear. He leaves every Thursday at 12. I even saw the minister himself through the window." "Where did you see him?" "On the Fontanka, not far from the department." "And you, Yega, saw him?" "Once, just briefly," said Sazonov. "That's nonsense, nonsense." Matsevsky began to speak passionately. "There can be no mistake. The exit is known. The hours are known. It is impossible to mistake the carriage. Detectives are racing behind it in cavalry, on bicycles. The carriage has white, washed spokes, a black lacquered body. Trotters are either black or grey. A coachman with a thick beard, a detective dressed as a footman is nearby. There can be no mistake. Let me throw first. I guarantee it." "Wait," said Azef, "what do you think, Yega?" "It's hard for me to say," said Sazonov. "I've only seen it once. But if Comrade Joseph is so sure, if, for example, he becomes a signalman, confirms the carriage, then I'm ready." "No, that's not right," said Azef irritably. "We have to hit for sure." "Ivan Nikolaevich," Savinkov began to speak, "I don't understand. We'll never have more precise information. The comrade saw the carriage 3 times at a distance of 2 steps. So Pleve could have been killed 3 times. By continuing to conduct surveillance, we are only risking the whole thing. I propose that we immediately approve the plan and carry out the assassination next Thursday." Azef didn't answer. Matsevsky said, "Absolutely right. There's no time to waste." Silence fell. "They'll kill him," thought Azef. "Okay," he said, "but I don't believe that the plan will go exactly as planned, because you don't know the route to put a report at the department itself, as you want. Pavel Ivanovich, is the same as a mouse climbing into a cat's mouth. I can't give my consent to this. And I'm telling you, Ivan Nikolaevich, it's impossible to continue such surveillance. We'll fly into the clutches of the police. We need to finish it quickly. If it fails, we are not the only ones in BO. Others will follow." and sitting and waiting for better conditions is impossible. True, said Sazonov. Let's talk about the plan. Azef was silent. The horse of the second carriage snorted loudly, spraying saliva. It was unusually dark and quiet in the field. Well, Ivan Nikolaevich, do you agree? Asked Savinkov. If that's what you want, fine, let's try our luck, Azef said slowly. Matveyevsky sighed and turned on the box. Why are you proposing your plan, Pavel Ivanovich? Yes, in general, this plan, the comrades know it. It's not very detailed, said Azef. There's still time until next Thursday. Come tomorrow to the aquarium at 9:30. We'll detail the plan, and you'll tell the comrades. A shout was heard in the field not far away. A hoarse male voice was shouting stop, stop, and the noise of colliding carts was heard. What's going on? Azef hissed, jumping out of the carriage. Sazonov rushed towards the noise in the darkness. Everyone fell silent. Sazonov was not visible in the darkness. The shout turned into curses. The curses were heard across the field in several voices. It was clear that peasant carts had collided in the darkness. Sazonov is back. So tomorrow is 9:30 at the aquarium? Savinkov said. Are they going this way? Asked Azef. This way, but it's still far. All the same, we have to go. You'll get all the details from Pavel Ivanovich. Having shaken hands with Matveyevsky and Savinkov, the thick black coat and bowler hat disappeared near the second carriage. The horses were having difficulty turning the carriages in the arable land. Having pulled them out onto the packed country road, they quickly set off in the darkness. A cheerful snorting and the soft clatter of 8 hooves hitting the trampled earth could be heard. 20. What do you think, Joseph? Will Plebe be killed? I'm sure, answered Matveyevsky, holding back the horse that was running into the first carriage. Me too. They were riding out onto a large, bumpy, poorly paved road. The second carriage went at a walk. The first one started at a trot and disappeared into the darkness. Sitting half turned, Matveyevsky talked to Savinkov. You know what? Take me along, Sredny. Good. What do you have there? Wife and children. Savinkov smiled with his voice. Really? And you don't see them? For a year and a half. The boy was born without me. Matveyevsky shook his head and muttered a long eek. What number? 28. When we were driving along Sredny, it was deserted, yellow from the spots of lights. The figure of a policeman floated past next to the strange outline of a night watchman. Matveyevsky urged his horse to a walk. The carriage passed house number 28. Dark, Savinkov said. What floor? Third. The last window. Dark. He took out his watch. Almost 2, he said. Where are you going? Take me to Nevsky. 21. Vera stood in the darkness by the child's bed. With one hand she held the sleepy little body, smelling of warmth and baby smells. With the other she changed the wet sheet, quietly whispering something to the squealing boy in his half sleep. But these were not words, but some special communication between mother and son. 22. A gentleman with pince-nez, a disdainful face and a curled moustache, finished drinking coffee at 9:15. He glanced at the wall clock several times. The coffee was finished. A carriage was at the entrance. At 9, the director of the department, Lopukhin, entered his office on Fontanka. 9:05. But the man with whom the meeting had been arranged was not there. There was a letter lying next to the cup. It had been read. But still, while waiting, Lopukhin reread it. Dear Alexei Alexandrovich, forgive me for disturbing you again, but extremely important circumstances call me to this. Back in the fall, I received very specific instructions from a secret agent, known to you, that an attempt on the life of State Secretary Pleve was planned for approximately January, and the persons most closely connected with terrorist activity were also indicated. These were Serafim Klitschoglu, Maria Selyuk and Stepan Sletov. Serafim Klitschoglu was found living illegally in St. Petersburg and was being secretly watched. Having asked your permission, I suggested that the employee go to Serafim Klitschoglu and establish relations with her. The secret employee visited her, and Serafim Klitschoglu told the following. The combat organization exists, and it consists of 6 people who are executors, and who have expressed their readiness to sacrifice themselves. It is planned to use dynamite to assassinate the minister, of which the organization has up to 2.5 pods. None of the executors are yet in St. Petersburg, and she is here as a beacon. That is, everyone must come to her. They promised to send a leader from abroad, and it seems that he has already arrived in Russia, but he is not yet in Street Petersburg. At the same time, Klitschko told the employee in detail how they are tracking the minister and how they plan to lie in wait for him as he leaves a lady living on Sergeyevskaya. I reported everything I had set out in writing, reports number 26 and 32, 904, and verbally to you in due time. But, unfortunately, the surveillance of Klitschko was entrusted to the surveillance agent of the head of the security department, Colonel Kremenetsky. This agent, who had a tendency to report exaggerated and not always accurate information, was placed to live in the same furnished rooms where Klitschko lived. On January 28th, Mendel Wittenberg visited Klitschko. The agent thought that he had brought bombs with him, and in view of this, supposedly, Colonel Kremenetsky gave the order for the liquidation, which was carried out on the night of January 29th, but did not produce any tangible results, and could not have produced them, because it was clear from Klitschko's words quoted above, that the plan had only just been developed, and that the executors had not yet arrived in Petersburg. Due to lack of evidence, Klitschko is now at large, the secret agent through whom such important information is obtained, thanks to the unreasonable and uncalled for haste of Colonel Kremenetsky, is threatened with failure, as proof of which I'm enclosing a copy of a letter to him from a well-known member of the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, Mikhail Gotz. In reporting the above, I earnestly ask you, Alexei Alexandrovich, to put an end to the intrigues of certain officials of the police department and the security department, which are disadvantageous to the common cause, and which are putting a source deserving of all attention under inevitable failure. Sincerely devoted to you, L. Ratayev. Lopukhin organically did not tolerate sloppiness. He had precisely told Ratayev that Azef should be there at 8:45. Talking to a provocateur is, of course, disgusting, Lopukhin thought, wincing with displeasure. What if he reaches out with his hand? No, my dear fellow, you are necessary, but at a respectful distance. At 9, Azef walked heavily into the office behind Lopukhin. It was obvious that he was agitated. Lopukhin took this for an expression of embarrassment. Please sit down, said Lopukhin, pointing to the chair opposite the desk. Azef sat down. The light from the windows illuminated him. Lopukhin remained in the shadows. How disgusting, thought Lopukhin, looking at Azef. Azef was pale with the paleness of the morning. His face was wrinkled, so his lips seemed especially red and fleshy. Are you Engineer Yevno Azef? Yes, said Azef, and winced. He was not pleased that Lopukhin called him by his last name, and that slightest shade of anti-Semitism that seemed to him in the word Yevno. Leonid Alexandrovich told me that you have important information that you wanted to communicate directly to me. Yes, said Azef. He did not look at Lopukhin. Only now he slid. It will hardly work, thought Azef, and putting his hands on the arms of the chair, he said, Alexei Alexandrovich, I think so. Yes, Lopukhin answered dryly and somewhat disdainfully. First of all, I wanted to tell you, you must, Azef hesitated, you must pay serious attention to the revolutionary organizations in Oral. Right now, the terrorist Chaim Levitt is conducting extremely dangerous work there. Lopukhin sat like a statue, silently. Only his eyes slid over Azef. Because his eyes were penetrating, Azef, looking into them, lowered his pupil-less olives to the table, to the chair, to the chair, to the side. Chaim Levitt is busy with the organ terror in the form of armed demonstrations. In addition, he is busy preparing a terrorist act of the utmost importance. Where did you get this information? Lopukhin said, expressing neither interest nor trust in the story, as it seemed to Azef. I was in Oral myself. I visited several cities, said Azef. So, we will check and take measures. Do you have anything else for me? Lopukhin glanced at his watch. Yes, please. An attempt is being prepared on your life, said Azef, looking into Lopukhin's face. And despite all the director's restraint, he noticed a shadow cross his face. His face trembled. The director did not answer and did not change his pose. It is known for certain, Azef rumbled nasal, you are under surveillance. Terrorists are tracking you. What is the plan? Interrupted Lopukhin, and suddenly his thin, curved lips expressed something like a smile. Caught. Got it, thought Azef. His voice became quieter. Terrorists are watching your exits from Sajivskaya through Panteleimonovskaya to Fontanka. They are thinking of making an attempt at the department itself. At the department itself. Lopukhin said, smiling. But that is more stupid than stupid. Azef shrugged his shoulders. Nevertheless, it is so. They will probably try to make an attempt, where it will be more convenient for you to travel from your apartment to the department. Lopukhin was pale, but smiling. Azef was sure that Lopukhin was taken. Lopukhin looked at his watch. It was 9:15. I have to go to the department. He smiled. Do you have anything else? Do you need me? I have a personal request for you, Alexei Alexandrovich, said Azef. Lopukhin was already standing. Azef stood up. What is the matter? I would like to ask you to increase my salary. Azef caught the director's mocking look and shrank under it. I believe that the information I give deserves. Aha, here is the plan for the attempt on my life, thought Lopukhin, smiling. This scoundrel is lying, wanting to get money for it. Blackmail. Okay, I'll think about it. But I believe that it is not worth it in connection with the attempt on my life. Lopukhin laughed contemptuously. I think that for my work I deserve more trust. No, I'm joking. I'll think about it. And I think, Lopukhin paused, that I will increase your salary, because the information is, of course, interesting. But for now, farewell. Thank you. And without knowing how, Lopukhin extended his well-groomed hand into Azef's fin. The stagnant horse waited for the run. She moved her bandaged legs. When Lopukhin came out in an expensive coat and top hat, she jerked, not letting him sit down. Lopukhin jumped on the move. The coachman, having struck both reins, jerked and threw from the place at a good pace. They flew along Sajivskaya, Litiny, Panteleimonovskaya. The horse flew out onto Fontanka. How simple, a bomb and that's the end, thought Lopukhin, absent-mindedly looking at the people passing by. They killed Sapyagin. He felt a nervous tremor run through him and wanted to yawn. The devil knows what nonsense, he muttered, getting out of the carriage and entering the entrance of the police department, not paying attention to the bow of the gallooned, liveried doorman. 23. Azef walked slowly towards Voskresenski Prospect. If they are not fools, they'll catch me, he thought lazily. Fools, there won't be a single splinter left of the carriage. He stopped and lit a cigarette. The cigarette wouldn't light. When he lit it, Azef walked off, walking heavily, humming his favorite tune. Three creatures of heaven walked the streets of Madrid. He took a cab from the queue, saying, "Insurance Company Russia," and he went to pay the insurance premium for the life insured by the company Russia. 24. In the aquarium people were sitting around drinking bottles and eating food. The couplets of the singer throwing her legs up flew into the hall. The singer was wearing a greenish glittery dress. "I'm hungry as hell, let's have a good dinner," muttered Azef, chewing his steak with gusto. Azef glanced at the hazel grouse in sour cream, which Savinkov was slicing with a knife and fork. Instead of the singer, a man in a circus costume with a pornographic mustache rolled onto the stage and, making incredible body movements, danced to the beat of the orchestra. Machish is a delightful dance, lively and fiery, brought by a Spaniard, a mighty brunette. I was on Fontanka today, thinking over a plan. Azef rumbled in the ringing of the hall. The poet must definitely stand on the chain bridge. Cleve can go along Litiny. This must be taken into account. The man swayed more and more ugly. He was recently in Paris. He caroused there gloriously. In the Café Chantant, he always sat carelessly. But you know, I don't believe your Alexei. Do you think he's good for a metal wicker? After all, an iron comrade is needed here. And Alexei is a nervous woman. It will pass. What do you mean it will pass? And to put the case directly to the department is still going for desperation. The department is swarming with spies and detectives. Or do you think they are such fools that they will even let you near the department? It is not about fools. Until now, not a single comrade has noticed surveillance. Everyone walked clean. Until Thursday, 3 days. So why will everything change in 3 days when it has not changed in 3 weeks? It can change in 1 minute. If there is a provocation, at least. And what do you think? This should not be taken into account in our business? Do you really know all the comrades inside and out? For example, I may be suspicious of some of them, Azef said reluctantly. Nonsense. There are no better comrades in the party. Well, as you wish, Azef muttered. I said, let's try our luck. But if it weren't for the desire of my comrades, I still wouldn't have started to carry it out. It can be staged differently. What do you mean? A man in a tailcoat and a woman in a half-naked orange dress floated onto the stage. The music began to play languidly. They began to dance. Well, at least like that, Azef rumbled languidly. Cleve has mistresses. 1. Countess Kachubi lives on Sajivskaya with her maid. Very simple. We can track him down when he goes there. There? Azef stretched his lips and cheekbones into a smile. You're not very clever, Pavel Ivanovich, weak in terms of organizational skills. Everything is straight to the point. One of the comrades needs to get to know the maid, fake it, enter into real relations. You can entice her with money. When Beav is in the bedroom, the comrade is with the maid, he will unlock the doors and that's it. Do you understand what you are saying? After all, this will be found out. The seal will pour such slop on us that you will never be able to wash it off. Nonsense. Does it matter where you kill? It does matter. But if your plan fails, I will definitely send you to my plan. You are elegant. The maids should like you. And Azef laughed high and nasal. Stop making stupid jokes, Ivan Nikolaevich, Savinkov said hotly. In 3 days we may all be dead, and you are making such vulgarity. Azef's expression changed instantly. He looked at me kindly. I'm not serious. Savinkov looked at the stage. The dance was beautiful. The dancers were slender. Their bodies were like rubber. They bent, straightened up, and started dancing again. Do you need money? Azef rumbled. I'm leaving tomorrow. Leaving? Yes. On general party business. After the ceremony, let the comrades go their separate ways. Except for those who will be in the next world, of course. Azef gave orders without listening. Let some go to Kiev, some to Vilno. And you come to Dvinsk. We'll meet at the station in the first class lounge on Saturday. In case of failure, everyone should stay put. He handed Savinkov a thick, rainbow pink wad of money. 25. In the lousy hotel Australia Kaliyev did not sleep. He wrote poetry. Yes, fate is inexorable. Yes, it wants us to pave the path to happiness with noble hearts. The room was stinking. A kerosene lamp was smoking. Behind the partition, there was a fuss and squeals. Kaliyev was pale. His suffering eyes flickered on the pallor of his face. Writing. He bent low to the table. One moment and life goes away like a mournful, boring dream melts, wanders like a distant shadow, like a quiet evening bell. The door of his room quickly opened. An elderly, bearded man with completely unbuttoned pants stumbled through the threshold. The man was drunk and hiccuping. Oh, damn it, the man croaked. Forgive me, colleague, I'm in the wrong room, and hiccuping. Tripping over his feet, he turned and slammed the door. Kaliyev did not answer, did not notice the man with unbuttoned pants. He felt warm and chilly from the music of the verse. What can we give to the people besides smart, boring books, to help find freedom? Only a moment of our life. A morning horse-drawn tram passed along the street, ringing. Kaliyev finished his poem. He stood up and stood for a long time at the window, looking at the dawning street. 26. When the evening enveloped the splendor of the imperial palaces, bridges, gardens, and arcades, Alexei Pakotilov left the Bristol Hotel in a state of agitation. In moments of agitation, drops of blood from eczema appeared on his forehead. He often applied a handkerchief to his forehead, and the handkerchief bled. Alexei Pakotilov was not agitated by the murder scheduled for tomorrow. He had received a letter from a woman full of love from Poltava. The feeling awakened by the letter, together with the tension of anticipation of tomorrow, created inexpressible torment. But the torment was so sweet that Pakotilov had never experienced anything so sweetly cutting his soul. He knew that Dora would find out about everything from the newspapers. This would be inexpressible happiness. After all, Dora was not only a beloved woman, Dora was a revolutionary, a comrade who dreamed of terror. And now Alexei had begun, and Dora would follow him. Pakotilov walked with a blonde beard pasted on. Savinkov was waiting for him on Millionaire. Well, how is it? Excellent. Pakotilov smiled. Walking towards the Admiralty, Savinkov noticed Pakotilov was moving unevenly, sometimes pushing against him, sometimes rocking back. Maybe Azef is right. thought Savinkov. I received a letter today. Pakotilov began smiling. From the woman I love. And now an extraordinary feeling. Extraordinary, he repeated. Ah, Pavel Ivanovich, if only she knew what would happen tomorrow. Oh, how happy she would be, how happy. We decided to go into terror together. Is she your wife? Pakotilov turned around. What do you mean wife? How strange you are. You don't understand. I'm not talking about a church marriage. Do you love each other? Of course, Pakotilov responded quietly. Ah, Pavel, dear Pavel, forgive me for calling you that. Although, really, why this you? We should say you to each other. After all, we are brothers, Pavel. Yes, we are brothers. Pavel, I'm absolutely sure of tomorrow. Moreover, I know that I will be the one to kill Pleve. You know, without revolution there is no life. And revolution is terror. Looking at the pale face, the crumpled, blonde beard, the excited eyes, the bloody handkerchief, Savinkov thought. What if he doesn't kill? What if he can't, and gives away the entire organization? Pavel, have you ever loved? I confuse you and you. Forgive me, it doesn't matter. Have you ever loved me? No, I haven't. Too bad. Oh, if only you loved. I'm sure that tomorrow you will all be alive. Pleve is mine. I will kill him. And you must live and continue the work of terror. It's just a pity that I won't see Ivan Nikolaevich. You know, many don't like him for his rudeness. They say that he is abrupt, that he doesn't treat us like a comrade, but these are such trifles. I love Ivan like a brother. He is a soul. It's a pity that I won't see him. Nothing is known, Alexei. Maybe you won't see him. Maybe I will. Maybe both of us. I love Ivan too. The revolution needs him more than we do. How I regret that Dora is not with us. Pakotilov drawled. She is a wonderful person and a revolutionary. I want you to know. Her name is Dora Brilliant. She is a member of our party. She has long wanted to work in terrorism, but she could not get them to take her. I will not see her again, but this is happiness. Pavel, do you understand that this is happiness? If you say so, I believe you. But this is probably something very metaphysical. No, not metaphysical, Pakotilov said sternly. We cannot live otherwise, and we give ourselves to our idea. This is a life. Don't you understand that? Savinkov smiled. Is Pakotilov ill? 27. That night Pleve suffered from insomnia, got up, slapped his blue shoes with big pom-poms, turned on the light, took drops, muttered something to himself. He felt a heaviness in his chest, in the area of the heart. It tormented him, and prevented him from sleeping. Only at dawn did Pleve fall asleep. 28. Pakotilov sat half naked in his room, writing a farewell letter to Dora. Kalayev walked the streets until dawn. Borishinsky woke up from his own scream, had a terrible dream, but when he jumped up, he did not remember what he had dreamed. Egor Sazonov slept peacefully in the cabin's apartment at the inn. Joseph Matsievsky slept. Boris Savinkov made himself fall asleep with bromine. Maximilian Schweitzer did not sleep. 3 shells were missing. They had to be ready by 10 in the morning. Schweitzer, his sleeves rolled up, was quickly stirring gelatin at the table, humming in a low voice. Durch digasen zuden massen. Iron boxes, retorts, flasks, and soldering tubes lay along the walls. Schweitzer stirred, soldered, and cut. He was strong, light, with a stubborn forehead. Schweitzer was slightly nervous, like a chemist preparing for a brilliant discovery the next day. He moved from a large table to a small one. His eyebrows were drawn together. No steps were heard in the locked room. He was wearing slippers. At 6 in the morning the shells were ready. Schweitzer wiped himself with a wet towel and lay down, placing the alarm clock on a chair by the bed. At 9 the alarm clock crackled softly. Schweitzer shaved and washed himself. On the floor lay a suitcase, suitable for blowing up half of Petersburg. Seeing a cab approaching through the window, Schweitzer put on his coat, took his suitcase and went out. Sazonov smiled from the box. Taking the suitcase on his lap, Schweitzer said, "Let's go." 29. After insomnia, Pleve got up gloomy. The valet shaved the minister with Rogers's beautiful blade. He brought the cleaned clothes. Putting on his uniform, ribbon, and star, Pleve looked in the mirror and asked sternly, "Is the carriage ready?" 30. Schweitzer and Pokotolov were riding in a carriage along the 16th line of Vasilievsky Island. Pokotolov was calm. He didn't say a word. Borishinsky's figure was seen at Tuchkov Bridge. Pokotolov got out with two bombs. Borishinsky got into the carriage. Borishinsky's eye twitched. Near the peeling house of the first guild merchant Siromyatnikov, the cabbie, Sazonov, stopped. Schweitzer and Borishinsky got off. Schweitzer gave Sazonov a package with a shell. Hiding it under his apron, Sazonov rode at a walking pace. At 11, everyone was in place. Savinkov walked along the Fontanka with the air of a street Petersburg flaneur. The disposition was clear. Everyone was calm. He was going to see Kalaev on the chain bridge. "Yannick, do you believe me?" Savinkov said as he approached. "I didn't have enough shells." "Why Borishinsky and not me?" He would probably say the same thing. "Don't worry, 3 throwers are enough." Savinkov walked towards the summer garden with a strange smile. He was overcome by a nagging feeling, like at a hunt, when the chase has already begun, and you can hear the rustling of an animal coming out through the bushes. "This is what makes life worth living," Savinkov muttered. In the summer garden, he sat down on a bench, took out his cigarette case and lit up with extraordinary pleasure. 31. The ministerial coachman Nikita Filippov came out of the coach house in a blue kaftan with his bottom tucked in dazzling white gloves. He looked at the carriage, opened the door and looked in. Was it cleaned? The groom was holding the trotters' bridles. Having climbed onto the box from the wheel, having seized the reins in his strong hands, Filippov reined in the rushing black horses. With a quiet graceful pace he rode out of the gates, onto the Fontanka. The trotters bent their black, swan-like, shiny necks in rings. The carriage froze in anticipation of the minister. The detectives' carriages were getting ready behind them. The cyclists got out. Everyone was waiting for the elderly man in the cocked hat to appear. At 11:45, Cleve quickly walked to the open carriage doors. The cyclists mounted their bicycles. The trotters started moving. Cleve was gloomy. The carriage was rushing towards the throwers stationed by Savinkov. Cleve did not know that Borishinsky was waiting at Rybnoy. Pokotolov was at Stieglitz's house. Cleve was thinking about how he would begin his report to the emperor regarding the summary of noteworthy information on the police department. The carriage was racing swiftly, and soon, in all its splendor, the winter palace of Rastrelli rose before her. Exactly at 12 o'clock, the trotters stopped at the palace in trance. 32. To save the combat organization, the terrorists left Petersburg in different directions. Borishinsky was clearly being followed at the department building. If he had not run through the passage yard with the bombs, the combat organization would have been destroyed. With dynamite in a yellow suitcase, Schweitzer left for Lyubov, Borishinsky for Berdichev, Kalaev for Kiev, Pokotolov for Dvinsk, Savinkov for Dvinsk, by another road. Chapter 5. 1. Dora Brilliant sat in a chair in a black silk dress in a room at the Hotel France. Savinkov had left to look at an apartment on Zhukovskaya in response to an ad in Novoye Vremya. Dora's figure expressed melancholy, perhaps even painfully tense. Her radiant dark eyes were melancholy. Her pale hands were melancholy. The expensive dress gave this woman a strange appearance. She resembled a wounded bird, ready to resist with her last strength. Dora walked slowly from corner to corner. A long train trailed clumsily along the carpet behind Dora, as if threatening to break away. Dora went to the window, sat down, stood up. She was burdened by life in the hotel, and by her role as the kept woman of the Englishman McCulloch. In this city, where Dora had never been, her beloved Pokotolov died, terribly blown to pieces, while preparing a bomb. Now, looking out the window at the strange Petersburg view, Dora knew why she was here. And when she thought so, it was easy for her to kill and die. McCulloch burst open the door noisily. He was wearing a fashionable suit, red English boots. He had a pipe in his teeth, which he never parted with. "Well, how is it? Not an apartment, Dora Vladimirovna, but a delight. The landlady, a German matchmaker, does not live in the house. Completely separate. You could not wish for better. We are moving tomorrow. Today I will go to Obvodny beyond Ivanovskaya, and we will live together, my dear, wonderfully." Savinkov came close to Dora. Dora moved away. "I wish we could move soon," she said quietly. "I'm exhausted in this disgusting hotel." "Dora Vladimirovna, you are sad today. What happened?" But do we really need to be cheerful for our business? My god, how right you are. I say that the business will go brilliantly. And we must be, if not cheerful, then at least cheerful. Ivan will be delighted with the apartment. But I don't know about the car. Dora, do you like cars? It seems to me that you get into the role so much that sometimes you seriously take me for your mistress. Stop it, Dora. You have a 1,000-year-old Jewish sadness inside you. It's beautiful, but tiring. So, tomorrow at 4 o'clock we move. And now let's go have dinner. But can't we serve it here? My dear, Savinkov said sternly, I told you that in your role more unpleasant episodes may present themselves. Therefore, let's go to the common room, so that everyone can see how rich McCulloch is, and what a beautiful mistress he has. Without listening to the end, Dora stood up, and took an expensive raspberry coat out of the closet. Dora Vladimirovna, my dear, the coat is beautiful, but you have been seen in a black dress too often. For dinner you should at least put on a steel one. And, mind you, a black silk one, the classic uniform of terrorists. Please. Dora obediently went behind the partition to put on the steel and silver one. 2. Amalia Richardovna Bergen-Shalter's apartment at 31 Zhukovskaya was empty because of the Japanese War. General Brailovsky, Adjutant Lieutenant Nedzelsky and Captain Runin lived here. It was a bachelor's apartment, which had seen better days. But the regiment went to the Far East, and the apartment was accidentally rented by terrorists. The new gentleman drove up in a long soft car. It was June. McCulloch was dressed in an English grey suit with 1,000 different spots, a wide tie with a pearl pin, a wide-brimmed hat, the likes of which are unknown in Russia, arrogant manners, long fingers, shoulders jutting forward sharply, slightly sunken chest, eyes of an original transverse cut. But who knows what kind of eyes the English don't have. McCulloch is a flexible, impeccable dressed gentleman. He walked into the apartment arm in arm with his mistress. The crimson coat was too bright for a society lady, but his mistress was a former singer from Buffer. A hat with a white ostrich. Feet in tiny gold shoes. How do you like it, Dora? Savinkov said, leading Dora through the rooms. Not bad? Comfortable. And when will Praskovia Simonovna Ivanovskaya arrive? Tomorrow, at 9. In the yellow drawing room, Savinkov, lighting his pipe, smiled. You are sad, Dora, that you wear all these luxuries, but what is it like to smoke a pipe when you love a Russian cigarette more than anything in the world? When will Sazonov come? Tomorrow evening. But a whole army of lackeys will probably come in response to the ad. You have to be careful. Savinkov walked around the yellow living room, puffing on his pipe. Tell me, Pavel Ivanovich, is it true that you have a wife and children in Petersburg and you don't see them? True. How do you know? Alexei said. You don't see them at all? No. Dora fell silent. Is it hard for your wife? Is she a revolutionary? No. She's just a good woman. Savinkov laughed. Then it's twice as hard. We don't have a life like everyone else's. We don't live. Savinkov had never seen such a mixture of sadness and determination in a woman as in Dora. Her devotion to the cause of the revolution was fanatical. He knew that fragile, painfully beautiful, Dora would commit any terrorist act. I look at you, you look like a wounded bird, Dora Vladimirovna, who wants to take revenge on someone. You are right, you are not one of those who love life. Let's take at least this dream. The revolution wins. The revolutionaries come to power. I can't imagine how you will live. I imagine Leopold. He is a wonderful chemist. Ivan. He is the director of a trust. Yega, Matsievsko, Borishinsky, everyone. But you. No. Dora listened, smiling slightly from under her eyebrows with radiant sad eyes. Maybe you are right. I don't know what I would do in peacetime. All my life I have strived for scientific work. It didn't work out. And now I don't want to and I can't. Recently, I was visiting friends. Forest, meadows, violets, wonderful, and you know, I couldn't. I felt that I had to leave, because from this air, flowers, you will soften, you will not be able to work. And I left. Are you from a rich family? From a well-to-do family. My father was a merchant. We lived well, we had money. But my parents were avidly Orthodox Jews. This interfered with my education. I left home, tried to make my way, well, and then the revolutionary movement captured me, and for the rest of my life. It's strange, she said, how powerful meetings can be. Two people made an indelible impression on me, Brishkovskaya and Gershuni. After them, I went into the revolution, and the revolution became my life. Before, I had no idea that there were people who selflessly devoted themselves to an idea. Have you met Grigory Andreevich? No. I know Brishkovskaya. Ah, Gershuni is an exceptional person. You can't help but believe him. You can't help but follow him. It's impossible to convince a non-revolutionary to join the revolution, Savinkov said. We are a special breed of homeless people who have no other way to live. This breed is found mainly in Russia. The climate is suitable, so to speak. Savinkov looked at his watch. You see, he said, getting up, it's time to meet the poet. I'm glad that Praskovya Simonovna will come, said Dora. She's an old Narodnaya Valaya, isn't she? Yes, she will be like an aunt to us. Savinkov smiled as he put on his coat. 3. Dora fell in love with the old, stern Praskovya Simonovna, smoking in the kitchen with pots and pans. She spent her free time with her, squinting, turning away from the splashes flying from the frying pan. Praskovya Simonovna turns the potatoes with a quick knife. Ah, you can't imagine, Praskovya Simonovna, how painful it is to play this lady. Buying all these diamond clasps, trinkets, it's a pity to spend money on this, says Bora. I'm worried about Sazonov, Praskovya Simonovna. What's going on? The lackeys come one after another according to the ad, but he's still not here. Has something happened? Ivanovskaya was beating the schnitzels with a porcelain hammer. They were jumping up and down, as if they were alive. Her head was tied with a kerchief like a cook's. Her face was flushed from the stove. Without stopping her work, she shrugged her shoulders. I don't understand. Yesterday I barely got rid of one. He pestered me, promised a commission, but I hired him, I said, but he's still on his own. He won't leave. You get me a job, I said. I served with Prince Meshchevsky, the editor of Grazdinin. I'm thinking, the most suitable lackey for us. Ivanovskaya laughed loudly, rollingly, like good people laugh. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. Someone was coming from below. They are coming. Maybe the doorman. You go away. Dora went out. Ivanovskaya threw the chain on the door. The visits of the neighboring maid Dunyasha were too frequent, the conversations monotonous. But the steps were male. A man in heavy boots was walking. The steps froze at the door. Ivanovskaya's hand, sprinkling the schnitzels with grated breadcrumbs, stopped. The steps were crumbling at the door. There was a short knock. Ivanovskaya, opening the door a little, looked through the keyhole behind the chain. Grey, laughing eyes on a lively, ruddy face looked at her. A slightly crooked nose finished the description. Ivanovskaya joyfully took off the chain. Tall, with a brightly Russian, cheerful face, holding back his laughter, Sazonov crossed the threshold. But instead of a password, seeing the same laughter on Ivanovskaya's face, he burst out laughing. Finally at the pier. Damn it, how glad I am, he said. The active, trembling with health, with an open face, with broad gestures, the old believer Sazonov laughed looking at Ivanovskaya's work. Well, how are you living? Comfortably? Sazonov said, and in his eyes, joy and fun. Little by little. Why didn't you come for so long? Without you, there were apparently invisibly many footmen here. Sazonov smiled a toothy smile. And so it happens, in this Russian, dashing man, old Ivanovskaya felt something close and dear. As if Lyubov, Mikhailov had risen from the grave. Strength, clarity, no analysis, no doubts, no hesitation. Will, knowing the goal. That's what the footman Afanazy was, and with him Aunt Ivanovskaya felt soul to soul in the kitchen. 4. Life in apartment number 1 was in full swing. Early in the morning, the cook Fedosia Yegorovna was the first to leave with a basket. She went to the shops, to the market, to the butcher's. Having little understanding of cooking, she was always afraid of getting into trouble. For example, she didn't know the parts of meat. Therefore, she was in no hurry, but waited in the crowd of cooks, carrying on conversations, asking questions unnoticed. She especially became friends with Countess Nesselrode's cook. The Countess's cook kept the table for 10 people, bought delicacies. Hello, Yegorovna, what are you taking today? Well, I can't think of anything. Matveyevna, you are very picky. The other day she took some brisket, didn't like it. The lady started screaming. She's a stubborn one. You chop it, or the rump. The rumps are good here. I always take them. Fresh, good meat. Do you take them here every day? Of course. What kind of fence do you have? Take 5 rubles. Tell them that I always take them. They will pay you a percentage of 100. Afanazy is standing on the back stairs with the doorman Silich, in a dark blue Russian shirt, with trousers hanging out, his chestnut hair curling in large waves. Talking about something, he deftly cleans the master's suits, smooths out McCulloch's trousers. Having hung them on a nail, he moves on to the ladies' tailor, carefully brushing off dust particles from them. 5. McCulloch woke up at 8:30. Putting on soft camel slippers, throwing on a bright yellow robe, he went to the bathroom. He washed himself, did gymnastics, shaved. It took 40 minutes. After that, McCulloch went out for coffee. The spirit coffee pot was steaming. At the other end, the samovar was creaking, its coals glistening. Savinkov was slicing a ruddy kalach and trying to figure out how to organize the day to make all the appointments. Sazonov entered the room with his cleaned clothes. How are you, master? They're coming. Shall we have some coffee? No, we're already in our own kitchen with auntie. I swear to God, I feel like a real lackey, laughed Sazonov. Conspiracy is good when it gets into your blood and flesh. Sipping his brown coffee, thickly seasoned with cream, Savinkov said. And I feel like an Englishman. I'm even starting to take an interest in the affairs of the English Parliament. He laughed. And how about the poet? Have you seen him? I'll see him today. He's a fine fellow. He gives the most valuable information. Rarely a day does he not see a carriage. The carriage has become his psychosis. He knows exactly the height, width, footboards, spokes, coachman, reins, lanterns, box, axles, glass, knows all the ministry detectives and guards. Phenomenal. Cabbies cannot give such information. And here is a lady. Savinkov turned around. Dora entered the room, in a morning Japanese dressing gown. Look, Yega, what a dressing gown I bought, eh? Some general brought it back from the war, by chance. What a delight. What dragons. What dragons. You have exquisite taste, master. Pavel Ivanovich, when do you think we will get down to business? Said Sazonov. It's only a matter of Ivan Nikolaevich's arrival. I called him. He will probably arrive in a week. Well, God willing, said Sazonov. Here are your suits. I cleaned them like a real lackey wouldn't clean them. Smiling, he pointed to the things folded on the chair. So we'll go with you today, Yega? Yes, asked Dora. 6. At 10, busily puffing on his pipe, McCulloch was coming down the stairs. Hearing the sound of yellow boots, Silich always ran out to open the door. An hour later, the lady in a chic coat with a huge white ostrich on her hat was walking along, accompanied by a footman. The footman, like any footman, in a blue cloth suit, a blue cap with a patent leather visor, was at some distance from the lady. On Nevsky, the lady chose 2 dresses. The footman was picking up the purchases. He followed the lady with white square boxes and round bundles. By 12, the lady turned off the embankment onto the Fontanka. Stepping lightly on her tiny feet, she walked in the direction of the police department. In the distance, the footman was walking with the purchases. 7. Savinkov's meeting with Kalaev was a touch of the rowdies. As usual, Savinkov rode a few streets in a cab. Then he walked. Having established that there was no surveillance, he headed for Tuchkov's rowdy. It was early. It was deserted. He saw Kalaev from afar. A peddler was walking along the pavement with a tray on his belt. It was noticeable that the merchant had leaned back a little under his weight. A white apron encircled his chest, covering a torn, greasy little jacket with patches. A worn cap, worn out red boots. A thin, unshaven face. Only a slight suffering in his eyes distinguished Kalaev from a real merchant. But who would look into his eyes, into that Kalaev-like thoughtfulness? When they came to within 15 steps of the gloomy Tuchkov rowdy, Savinkov realized that Kalaev was inimitable. Even the most experienced detective's eye would not notice anything. Kalaev's face lit up with joy and a smile. Savinkov knew this smile, loved it since childhood. On the tray everything was laid out in a colorful fan. Elegant cigarette boxes, mirrors, wallets, pictures. What doesn't the clever merchant have scattered? And here are Neva, Krasotka, Messina oranges. Kaliyev shouted cheerfully and professionally. Savinkov waved to the peddler. The peddler put his foot under the tray to sell. And the buying began. Well, dear Yannick, how are you? Savinkov said, looking at Kaliyev's pale childish face. Better not. Important message. Now he's traveling on a different route. Mind you, it's very important that Tsar has moved to Peterhof. Now instead of Tsarskoye Selo he's going to Baltiyski. Tell the cabbies. Yesterday Lyubov was standing in vain at Zagorodny. The same carriage, black, varnished. The coachman has a red beard. A footman is always nearby. White spokes, big curved footboards, narrow fenders. Kaliyev looked around. There was no one. The carriage has two big lanterns. The coachman always had white reins. The windows were brightly cleaned. You know, I even saw him once. He seemed scared and old to me behind the glass. Where did you see him? At the station. Only the police drove him away. But you know, if I had a bomb instead of oranges, I would have killed him 6 times. I counted. Wait. Things are going so that he is ours anyway. And what about surveillance? No. Kaliyev shook his head. But when? Boris. Why waste time? We need to finish. All of Russia is waiting for this. Think, now is such a convenient moment. Defeats at the front. Is Ivan Nikolaevich here? He'll be here soon. Hurry, Boris. We can't. We might miss him. Savinkov smiled. Dear Yannick, the question of the week doesn't matter. The beast is surrounded. There's nowhere to go. Someone's coming. We have to say goodbye, said Kalayev. 3 men in hats and wide coats were approaching from the bridge. Watch the Baltic, the day after tomorrow at 11 near Yusupov Garden. Good. Take the oranges. Kalayev deftly wrapped 2 dozen in a bag, handed it to him with a professional quick movement, and, throwing money into a leather bag, went to the men, shouting, Hey, gentlemen, buy a trochka. Krasotka. Here's a purse for a rich take. And here's a patriotic picture of how a Russian man beat a Japanese man. Savinkov looked back. The Baronov Palace, Savinkov's favorite building, rose like a dark cloud. Kaliyev stood next to it, propping up a stall with his knee, selling cigarettes. 8. Returning from the inspection trip, Savinkov entered the apartment. He undressed. I brought you some oranges from the poet, he said. And Savinkov unwrapped the bag, handing out oranges to everyone. The poet could have killed him 6 times. Matsevsky 4. Lyubov probably 2, Savinkov said. This shows that the matter cannot be dragged out. The surveillance is ripe. It must be finished. But without Ivan Nikolaevich we cannot. I sent a telegram. He asked to let him into the apartment, so that absolutely no one would see, through the back door. He will live with us, without leaving, until the final day. But how amazing is the poet. What gold he is. What a revolutionary he is. In his mouth, the description of Plev's carriage turns into a poem. How transformed he is. After all, he shouts like a seasoned merchant. For the spies, he is absolutely unrecognizable. Ah, Yannick, and do you remember, Yega, you found him strange? Savinkov turned to Sazonov. Yes, at first, Sazonov muttered, embarrassed. I somehow couldn't understand him. I only recognized him in Kiev. Of course, the poet is an invaluable comrade, a person and a revolutionary. Recalling, smiling slightly, Sazonov said, it seemed strange to me, because at our first meeting he suddenly started talking about poetry, about Bryusov. I goggled, and he choked. I asked him, what does this have to do with the revolution? And he even louder, Sazonov laughed infectiously, started shouting at me. They, he says, are making the same revolution in art as we are in society. Well, I was surprised, and to this day this is of course not true. There is much purity in the poet, said Ivanovskaya. Such were the Narodnaya Volya members. Many were like that. Many were not like that, said Savinkov. Some were not. I'm talking about the best, about faith, about passion, about idealism for which they gave their lives. Ivanovskaya's words were addressed to Savinkov. Yes, he said, Kalayev is a man of heroic character. Such people are very valuable, but the masses do not understand them. They are tragic natures, more victims than activists. I do not understand. Pavel Ivanovich, you say heroes, said Dora, and at the same time incomprehensible to the masses. How can they be incomprehensible if they give their lives for the people? You reason, Dora, like a woman. Alexei Tolstoy also said, they are the people, but not that one. There is a bookish people, in whom the boys and girls from the gymnasium believe, and who are idealized by us. And there is a living, real people, so the real people are deaf and dull as a wall, and will never, even in the event of victory, appreciate the sacrifices of those individuals who gave their lives to the revolution. Savinkov spoke confidently, casually. Sazanov's eyebrows drew together. This was a sign of an outburst. At least understand the tragedy of the Narodnaya Volya members, Savinkov continued. They sacrificed themselves for the revolution, burned for the people with the torches of freedom in the darkness of autocracy, and now who betrays them? Not a gendarme, not a general, a real worker betrays them, with whom they went into battle together. Do you know what Feiner shouted at Merkulov when he was arrested? It's time to abandon the time of lordly repentance and popular peasants. It's stupid to turn the people into an icon. Sazonov jumped up excitedly. Maybe you are telling the truth, sir, but not the whole truth, he shouted. And if not all, then it means untruth. You see baseness, betrayal, and do not want to see nobility and selflessness. In those same lower classes that you spoke of so dismissively just now, there are grandiose outbursts of selfless enthusiasm, heroism, selflessness. Don't we have enough anonymous heroes, unknown graves? Our history is full of martyrs who laid down their lives for their friends. Yes, that's what a master is. It is not the people who should judge individual scoundrels, but ourselves. We should judge, watch ourselves. You spoke badly just now, and are wrong in citing examples from Narodnaya Volya. Let there have been a worker provocateur there, but wasn't Degayev the master? Let there have been worker provocateurs, but can we really speak about the people based on them? Sazonov was burning. Ivanovskaya looked at him with love. No. We must be precisely Narodnaya Volya in relation to the people. They passed by individuals, suffering and fighting for the people, for their freedom, for socialism. And we must resurrect precisely this faith in the revolution, otherwise it is impossible to even understand why. Make a revolution then. This is the first time, Pavel Ivanovich, that I have heard such a thing from you about the people. And I do not understand, because if you do not believe in them, then why are you, a nobleman, a master, an intellectual, going to revolution? And even to terror? That is, to kill and die. Why? No, because of a beautifully decadent pose. You slander yourself, you tell lies. Sazonov interrupted excitedly. He was beautiful in his indignation. Savinkov sat calmly, crossing his legs. Sometimes a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face, bringing together the slits of his eyes. You, Yega, say what you think. And I say what I think. If I wanted to tell a lie, I would speak as you do. I would agree with you. But sincerity is above all. We must be transparent to each other. And I will repeat what I said. You are a populist idealist, similar to a poet, because you look at many things like children. True, it was said, through the mouths of babes, and I will say through the eyes of babes. But I do not have, Yega, like you, love and blind faith in the people. I see that autocracy is rotten and disgusting. And I understand. Savinkov emphasized, I beat it. This is my game. Why do I beat it? For evolution? Yes. So that new ones will come. But am I sure that these new ones will be Snow White and the kingdom of God will come? I do not believe in this, Yega. I have no faith. I know that this form of government is outlived. A new one will not be born without suffering, struggle, blood. And I want to participate in this struggle, but not for Ivan, Peter and Pelagia, but for myself. That is the difference between you and me. You go to sacrifice for the metaphysical Peters and Pelagius, and I sacrifice myself, for myself. Because I want it. My will is decisive here. Maybe I will fight alone, I don't know. But I go, only as long as I want to go, as long as I'm happy to go and beat those I beat. I don't understand anything. So you put your personality, your person, at the forefront? Is that what I understand? So, and an arrogant smile appeared on Savinkov's calm face, revealing his thin teeth. Then let me ask you, where is the place for the struggle for socialism in such a Nietzschean setting? There is a place. I'm fighting for socialism, because I want socialism, that's why. But if you don't believe in the people, in the masses, in the collective, and believe only in yourself, then one fine morning you might want to stand up against the people. That can't be, Yega, Savinkov said sharply. If I don't get down on all fours in front of the people, like you, that doesn't mean I can become their enemy. I can't be an enemy of the people. A shrill bell rang in the hallway. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed to everyone that they had gotten carried away in vain, that they had started an argument in vain, that they had forgotten about the matter. Don't go, Yega, you look awful, Praskovya Simonovna said. Who could it be? Savinkov said. Praskovya Simonovna, I'll go into the office. Throwing a wide grey shawl over her shoulders, Praskovya Simonovna instantly became a cook. In the hallway, she unlocked the door first with a chain. In the open strip, she asked, who's there? Telegram. The postman handed over a telegram from Odessa. Having received some tea, he went out. A consignment of Ducks bicycles will arrive at 9 o'clock Friday evening. Need Mayor Savinkov read aloud. Comrades, he said loudly, Ivan Nikolaevich is arriving the day after tomorrow at 9. Azef had been to so many places when the days and hours of the minister's departures and the route of the carriage were set with arithmetical precision. He had been to Vladikavkaz to see his sick mother, had called Professor Vyazmensky from the groups to see her, and had left money for her treatment. He had stopped in Lawson to see his wife and children, and had a rest with them. On party business he had been to Bern and Geneva. Savinkov's telegram that everything was ready found him in Kiev. Azef had zigzagged across Russia to get to St. Petersburg unnoticed. He had stopped in Samara, in Ufa, and then turned south to Odessa. Here, one evening, heavily stepping on the carpet of the London hotel room, he felt that it was difficult to breathe. He was sweating, either from the heat or from excitement. Azef sat down at the table, spread his arms, and, squinting, thought. Then he took up a pen. Dear Leonid Alexandrovich, having lived here for 6 days, I have managed to learn a lot of interesting things. A lady is leaving here in a few days with the aim of attempting to assassinate the Governor General of Irkutsk, Kutasov. This lady is of medium height, Jewish, but Orthodox. She came here from abroad, from where she was sent for this matter. To establish her identity, I can say the following. She is a former Social Democrat, was exiled to Vologda, from where she fled at the end of last year or the beginning of this year. Her name is Maria, her real name, and her last name is purely Russian, something like Shchapatieva, although I can't vouch for it. She is married to a Christian. Her husband was exiled to Siberia. Here in Odessa Anna Omlyantevich Jeka and Vasily Ivanovich Sukhomlin. They play a big role in the party. They obviously direct the affairs of the combat organization. From them I finally learned about what happened in the Northern Hotel. This is indeed an act of the combat organization, and they also confirmed to me that the deceased revolutionary was Alexei Pakotilov, the brother of the wife of Comrade Minister Romanov. From them I also learned that the case of the assassination attempt on Pliv is postponed due to the absence of the bombs that perished with Pakotilov. New preparations will take a lot of time, and as they say, you can't approach Pliv with a revolver. But for the reputation of the combat organization, it is necessary to commit a terrorist act, and Kutasov has been chosen for this. I'm sure that thanks to this information, you will be able to prevent the assassination attempt and identify this lady. In Irkutsk she will live with a false passport, a bourgeois 5-year book. It seems her name will be Natalia, but I can't vouch for that. I beg you very much that her stay in Odessa does not become known, since she is very secretive here, and I have seen her. She is planning to show up to Kutasov in morning. That's all for now. Yours Ivan. Azef sat, thought, then stretched his whole body, loudly yawned, opening his huge, fleshy mouth wide. In its monumentality it resembled a hippopotamus. After sitting there for a minute, he scribbled on a telegraph form. A consignment of Ducks bicycles will arrive Friday at 9 o'clock. Numia. Azef rang the bell, ordered the bill and a cab. While the bellboy dragged the suitcases behind Azef, Azef handed out tips to the servants lined up. There were doormen, footmen, maids, messengers, boys. Azef was not stingy. He gave everyone rubles, 50 kopeck pieces. Groaning, he walked on, not paying attention to the low bows, signs of gratitude. 10. A date. When twilight was falling on Petersburg, the footman Afanazy was pouring Kaya's wine for Silich in a small room under the stairs. The cook Yegorovna was sitting by the kitchen window, so that she could see the head of the combat organization described to her in advance. Dora and Savinkov remained in the living room, waiting. Savinkov was sitting, leaning back in his chair, reading his poems to Dora, gesturing slightly with his right hand in time. When they bring my coffin, the domestic dog will bark, my wife will kiss my forehead, and then they will bury me. The earth will thud dully, the yellow clay will close in, and that gentleman will be gone who called himself I. In the dark window Praskova Simonovna finally made out a fat dark figure flashing across the yard. Her heart said he. Ivanovskaya opened the door a crack, listened. She took the lamp, and went out into the hallway. Someone was coming up the stairs. In the semi-darkness she saw an unusually fat huge man in a bowler hat and a black coat. Azef was getting up, excited, breathing heavily. His thick lips dropped. His eyes sideways felt and examined Ivanovskaya. Dmitri is alive and well, Azef muttered. Come in, they've been waiting for you for a long time. Azef slipped past her into the door, and the door locked. Savinkov quickly walked into the kitchen. Finally, he said. In the kitchen they embraced and kissed each other passionately. 11. Afanazy ran up the back stairs to find out, had he arrived? Ivanovskaya was carrying the samovar into the dining room. Dora was setting out the cups, putting jam in a vase. Savinkov and Azef's voices could be heard from the bathroom. Azef was washing himself. Have you arrived? Sazonov ran in. He has arrived. Dora nodded happily. Well, that's enough for them, said the cheerful, rosy-cheeked Sazonov, rubbing his hands. Praskova Simonovna looked at him lovingly. Oh, how lovely this Yegor is. They walked down the hall from the bathroom, talking, and suddenly Azef's nasal, booming laughter rang out in the apartment. Praskova Simonovna shuddered. That laughter was so unpleasant. Hello, Yegor. Azef smiled affectionately, and, hugging and kissing Sazonov. Well, treat him, treat the guest. First tea, Boris, and then about business. Azef rubbed his hands. Everyone around was happy. They knew that Cleve would be killed. What car did you buy? Ivan Nikolaevich said, sipping his tea. I didn't buy it. The smiles disappeared from his fat thick-lipped face. Azef darkened. How did you not buy it? I didn't buy it. What does that mean? Azef raised his voice. Everyone fell silent unpleasantly. But I ordered you to buy it. But I didn't buy it. It turned out on the spot that the car was not needed. Putting aside his glass and saucer of jam, Azef frowned and muttered. Talk about business. He leaned on the table with all his bulk, occasionally casting a sideways, inquisitive glance at those present from under his lowered head. Savinkov reported on the external surveillance of cabbies, peddlers, how many times the carriage was seen, the route. Was anyone followed? Azef muttered, without raising his head. No. And my comrades are asking me to finish immediately. I'm completely confident of success. Azef was silent. I will stay, he said reluctantly. I will check myself. Is everything as you say? And how is the apartment? Is there any surveillance? None. Praskova Simonovna knows all the cooks. Yegor is inseparable from the doorman. Drinks kahas with him. Looking at Sazonov, Azef smiled affectionately. Well, I know you. And without paying attention to Savinkov, he began to speak to Sazonov. It was strange that this ugly man, rude to everyone, always spoke to Yegor ingratiatingly. 12. The White Knights of St. Petersburg were languid. The minister suffered from insomnia. He ordered his footman to close the blinds tightly at night. 13. Azef also suffered from the White Knights of St. Petersburg, falling asleep restlessly. Dora, frightened, disheveled, in only a nightgown, stood at Savinkov's door. What is it, Boris? Do you hear? Something happened. Someone is screaming. Savinkov jumped up and ran out into the corridor. A stifled groan, interrupted by screams, came from Azef's room. Savinkov opened the door slightly, grinding his teeth, tossing and turning. Azef groaned loudly, and suddenly, from the rustling, he jumped up in bed. Who's there? He cried out. It's me, Ivan. You scared Dora. You're screaming. What's the matter? Azef said, not understanding. Shout. What nonsense. Well, yes, you just told someone to go to hell. Don't worry, the walls are solid. Sleep. Savinkov left his room, wrapping his robe around his chest. But Azef could no longer sleep. Afraid of his own screams, he lay with his eyes open until Savinkov came in the morning in a soft camel robe. Get up, fat man. You really scared Dora, screaming all night. Azef sat up in bed, putting on a pink sock. Did you really scream? He muttered and laughed forcedly. Are you delirious? Why would I start screaming? Dora says you scream every night. Azef stood up, his legs were hairy. Why am I screaming? Putting on his boot, Azef bent at the waist. His stomach was in the way. He went to the toilet and there, on the toilet seat, he decided to kill Pleve the following Thursday and to leave the apartment that very day. 14. Do you think it's better on the way to Baltiersky? Azef said over tea. Yes. Azef was gloomy. I'll leave for Moscow this evening. You, Yega, and Kalaev will follow me one by one. I'll notify Schweitzer. We'll set it up as you wish, on the street on the way to Baltiersky. There was firmness and joy in Sazanov's pose, in his blush, in the sparkle in his eyes. We'll meet on Tuesday in Sokolnitsky Park, in Moscow, Azef said, buttering a loaf of bread. We'll discuss the details. We can't just abandon the apartment right away. We need to make it look like you've left Dora. The footman has been fired, and you, Praskovia Simeonovna and Dora, must live here until I let you know. Before the ceremony, everyone will leave Petersburg. We'll abandon the apartment. After drinking tea, Azef stood up and, smiling, patted Savinkov on the shoulder. So, sir, it's time to finish. We'll discuss the details in Moscow. Ivan Nikolaevich? Sazonov said dully. Azef knew what details Sazonov wanted to talk about. We'll talk about this in Moscow, he said, smiling. And at night, turning up the collar of his coat, pulling his bowler hat down over his eyes, Azef slipped out of the apartment. 15. The evening shrouded Sokolnitsky Park in twilight. The leaves of the thick linden trees rustled in the wind. The park was old, it had seen misfortunes and happiness. But it was the first time I saw these four people. Azef walked along a dark alley. Kaliyev and Savinkov came out from around the corner. In the distance, in the darkness, Sazonov appeared, catching up with them. In the depths of the alley, engulfed in black-blue gloom, the four of them went. Azef, Sazonov, Kalaev, Savinkov. Leopold hasn't arrived, Azef said. He was delayed because of the dynamite, but we can't wait anyway. He'll deliver by Thursday. They sat down on a bench and disappeared into the darkness. Although the eyes that peered into the darkness seemed to even see the expressions on their faces. We need to decide everything. Azef rumbled nasal-voiced. I propose the following plan. The murder will take place on the street, on the way to the Baltic station. There will be 4 throwers. They will go one after another to meet the carriage. The first will let it pass, and thus close its return route. The second will have the honor of attacking. The third will throw, only if the second's bomb doesn't explode, or Pleve is wounded. The fourth remains in reserve, and will act, if the second and third fail. Azef spoke in a steady rumble. What do you think of the plan, comrades? The plan is correct, said Savinkov. Pleve cannot fail to be killed. But we must also discuss the method of throwing. The pause was interrupted by Kaliyev's soft voice. There is a sure way not to miss. Throw yourself under the horse's feet. What do you mean? Azef muttered irritably, not understanding. The carriage is moving. I throw myself under the horses with a bomb. Either the bomb will explode, or the horses will get scared, which means there will be a stop anyway. The second one can throw. But you will certainly be torn apart? Of course. There was a silence. This is unnecessary, Azef rumbled. If you ran to the horses, then you ran to the carriage. Why throw yourself under the horse's feet when you can throw it straight at the carriage? What do you think, Yega? A bench creaked in the darkness. Sazonov changed his position. He spoke like a man torn from his thoughts. You are right, having run to the carriage. Of course, you can throw at the carriage. The general plan is good. I'm sure that Pleve will not break through 4 throwers. We must leave tomorrow. I'm terrified, Sazonov said excitedly, that a business that was established with such difficulty can fall apart over a trifle. Over what trifle? Azef asked. Who knows, detectives can stumble upon the apartment. Are you afraid of provocation? Azef said lazily. Accidents. Provocation can always happen. You can't get into everyone's soul. Azef said slowly. We must act. You are right. If the plan is accepted, we must approve for comrades as executors. Azef fell silent. It was a sacred moment for Ivan Kaliev and Yegor Sazonov. They had been waiting for it. Kaliev's voice said, I want to be a thrower. And I, Sazonov answered. Azef was silent. I must convey Dora's request, Savinkov said, as if embarrassed. I'm telling you in advance that I'm against Dora going as a thrower, but I have no right not to convey it. She wants to go to Pleve. Yegor, what is your opinion of Dora? Azef asked indifferently. What could I possibly be against? In my opinion, if Dora goes, I'm categorically against allowing Dora to go with a projectile. Savinkov interrupted. What are you categorical about? We know that. Azef laughed quietly. Tell me the reason. Dora is a party member. Why shouldn't she go with the projectile? My mother would never forgive me if she knew that we men send a woman to kill. Azef laughed quietly, contemptuously. Savinkov stood up from the bench. Speaking out against Dora's candidacy, I propose myself as a thrower. Azef's indifferent voice broke the silence. Fine, have it your way. I do not appoint Dora. But, as the head of the BO, I reject your candidacy as well. Why? Savinkov said quietly and quickly. This is my business. I believe that you are unsuitable for this position. We cannot act as throwers. Neither you nor I. We must continue to maintain the party's fighting spirit. If you insist, then I myself will become one of the throwers, Azef said firmly. This is nonsense. Savinkov said. Ivan Nikolaevich is right, said Sazonov. Neither he nor you, Pavel Ivanovich, should expose their lives to direct danger in the name of terror. Your lives are needed. The party is not going to its last act. You don't object, Boris, said Azef. Theoretically, this may be true, but it is hard for me if I'm refused, and especially if a woman takes part in the matter. Stupid romanticism, muttered Azef, coughing. A man, a woman, are the same members of the party, but for your peace of mind I'm taking Dora. Azef's voice seemed sleepy, tired. I agree with the candidacies of the poet and Yegor. The other throwers will be Borishinsky and another comrade. You do not know him. Borishinsky vouches for him. He is his friend. The park rustled with dark, invisible foliage. Kaliev and Sazonov walked. Savinkov and Azef were behind. In the darkness, Kaliev found Sazonov's hand and squeezed it tightly. Sazonov responded with a strong squeeze. 16. In the northern hotel, where Pokotolov blew himself up, Schweitzer had to finish preparing the bombs. By 7 in the morning, the fourth shell was ready. Schweitzer put all 4 on the chest of drawers. Round, heavy packages, wrapped in paper, were reflected in the mirror. The transfer of the bombs behind the Mariinsky Theater went off in perfect order. Sazonov, dressed as a railroad worker, took the cylindrical one, tied with a blue cord. His bomb weighed 12 pounds. Kaliev, dressed as a doorman, took the round one, wrapped in a handkerchief, with his thin pale hands. Borishinsky and Sikorsky took 2 identical ones, resembling boxes of candy, and tucked them under their raincoats. 17. In the garden of the Church of the Intercession on Sadovaya, Savinkov and 4 bomb throwers were waiting for the carriage of the Minister of Internal Affairs. Borishinsky was sitting calmly on a bench. On another bench, Sazonov was explaining in detail to Sikorsky how to drown a bomb if necessary. Kaliev, standing by the church, took off his cap and crossed himself. In the distance, leaning on the fence, Savinkov was looking at him. 18. At 9:30, from the entrance to the police department, the trotters set off for the minister's carriage. As always, the coachman immediately set them off at full speed. With a swoop, snorting through their nostrils, without losing their footing, the trotters rushed along the Fontanka, and each one heard the sharp breathing of the other in the windy morning run. 19. The bomb throwers set off along Sadovaya, at a distance of 40 steps. The route was along English Avenue, Drovaya, to the Obvodny Canal, past the Baltic and Varshavsky railway stations. The throwers came out onto Izmailovsky Avenue, to meet Plev's carriage. At 9:45 a carriage appeared on Izmailovsky Avenue from the direction of Voznesensky. The trotters carried it with a large, sweeping stride, in step, like Lucifer's horses, black beautiful animals. Keeping away from the sidewalk, the carriage raced along the middle of the avenue. In front, in an open carriage on apple-colored horses with curved lead horses, the police chief was flying. The minister's chief bodyguard, Friedrich Hartmann, was spinning his legs at incredible speed, the metal spokes of his bicycle wheels shining, at the back wheel of the carriage. Behind him, a long line of detective cyclists rushed. Agents and spies raced in the carriages on trotters. 20. The throwers moved quickly. Abram Borishinsky walked first, slightly hunched over, in a wide cloak. He had to close the turn of the carriage. Behind him was Yegor Sazonov, his head held high, as if he wanted to throw himself forward with his whole body. He held the 12-pound projectile high, at his shoulder. Behind Sazonov, with a light gait, sometimes smiling, walked Kalayev, holding the projectile like a bundle of linen. Behind Kalayev, hurrying and unable to keep up, walked the pale youth Sikorsky. 21. The carriage was rapidly approaching the throwers. In his ears and chest, the seconds were tearing away with a drawn-out ringing. Sazonov heard the distinct blows of hooves on the ends. And suddenly his heart stopped beating, his breathing stopped. Can it be that I'll miss it? Nonsense, he muttered. At that moment, Sazonov noticed that the carriage was already close, and on the opposite side of the street, with the signboard in blue letters saying Varshavskaya Hotel. Can it be that I'll miss it? He could already see the well-fed black stallions racing nearby. 1 second. They would fly by like a train, like a thunderstorm, and disappear, accompanied by cabs and cyclists. But suddenly a cabbie emerged in front of the minister's carriage. A young officer was lounging in the cab. In order to get around the cabbie at full speed, the carriage darted from the middle of the avenue to the sidewalk. You could see how the red-bearded coachman Filipov pulled on the reins, how the trotters fell on each other in the furious turn. Without thinking, Sazonov rushed to the carriage. In a second he saw an old man in the glass. The old man rushed, shielding himself with his hands. And, in the look of desperate eyes, Pleve and Sazonov at that very second understood that they were both dying. A cylindrical bomb hit, breaking the glass. 22. The trotters were knocked down by a terrible blow, as if they were toys. The horses fell at full speed. A column of smoke and dust rose up in the street like a grey-yellow whirlwind. Everything was covered. And the first thing passers-by saw was the black horses jumping up in the smoke, galloping along Izmailovsky. The smoke quickly cleared. Lying on the pavement, Sazonov was surprised that he was alive. He wanted to get up, but he felt that there was no body. From his elbow, through the fog, he saw red pieces of coat lining and human flesh lying around. Sazonov was surprised that there were no horses or carriage. He wanted to shout, "Long live freedom! Long live!" But everything went dark. Friedrich Hartmann jumped on him. Convulsively clutching the bomb, Kalayev stood on the bridge. He did not know whether Pleve was alive. Snoring, wheezing, lashing with shafts and the remains of wheels, the bloody horses rushed past. They killed the minister, shouted a running, unfamiliar man. And Kalayev realized that the sentence was carried out. The police chief grabbed the minister's undamaged briefcase, lying in the middle of the pavement. The briefcase was locked. Far away, with his legs bent, lay the disfigured corpse of the red-bearded coachman Filipov. Sazonov was being beaten by policemen and detectives. He did not see how Savinkov, pale as a sheet, in an elegant suit, ran up to the scene of the explosion. The fat police officer Perepolitsin, waving his sword, shouted, "Where are you going, sir? Go away." Savinkov noticed that the police officer's lower jaw was shaking. Panic had taken hold of the street. 2 policemen were dragging the enormous body of the coachman. For some reason they were leading the captured horses, bloody and trembling with every muscle. The police chief was waving his ministerial briefcase. Women were bandaging a guards officer who had crossed the path. His uniform was covered in blood. The police officer was writing down his name and address. "Svetsinsky," the officer said, holding back his groans. "The lifeguard Semenovsky. Come on, take him," he groaned irritably, and they carried him to the droshky. He himself was killed. "Look, they're dragging him, look," said the little black townswoman. "Who himself? Who? Can't you see? The one who threw the bomb was killed." Horror. Izmailovsky Prospect was jammed with the crowd running up, 23. With his head down, Savinkov walked toward Yusupov garden. He was pale. He didn't know whether the party's sentence had been carried out. He couldn't stay in the crowd. It seemed that Pleve had been saved and Sazonov had been killed. A man in a dirty tussock-like jacket with a trembling beard grabbed his hand. "Please tell me what happened." "I don't know." Savinkov snatched his hand away, quickening his pace. "There was no one near Yusupov garden." "What do you mean? Where are the comrades?" Savinkov felt that something inside, near his heart, was aching, growing, pressing with a heavy emptiness. He walked along Stoliany. "I need to calm down," he thought. He bumped into people quietly walking through the shops. And suddenly he stopped mechanically. On the other side hung a slanted sign, Kazakov Family Baths. Savinkov crossed the street. On the door of the bathhouse, written by hand and pressed with pins, was a notice: "Please do not bring glassware into the bathhouse, to avoid any accidents and in general." Savinkov, without thinking, entered the bathhouse. The bathhouses were second-rate. The corridor smelled of bathhouse mold. People came here not so much to wash as for all sorts of other needs. "Do you have rooms?" Savinkov asked at the cashier and coughed. "Only for 3 rubles." "Yes, for 3, he said, pulling out a green note. "The devil knows how expensive," he thought as he climbed the dirty stairs. In the corner of the carpet he noticed a spot of soap ends. Did they drop their laundry or something? A bathhouse attendant with a fixed mustache was trotting from the end of the corridor. "Please go to the 12th. Soap, a towel," Savinkov said absent-mindedly, entering the room. "And this, well, what's it called? A washcloth." "How could I do without a washcloth?" The bath attendant laughed at the rich gentleman. Savinkov locked himself in. He threw the soap, towel, and washcloth into a copper basin. He threw off his coat, jacket, and lay down on the sofa. He needed to concentrate, to decide. But it turned out that deciding was difficult. Instead of a decision, irrelevant images flashed through his mind. His mother, his dead brother Alexander, Vera, he could not drive them away. "Lord," he suddenly muttered, and, hearing his own voice, was surprised. "I should have told the bath attendant that I was expecting a woman. It would have been better." At that moment, a knock was heard in the room. Savinkov shuddered and listened. The knock was repeated, louder. "What else?" Savinkov shouted angrily, approaching the door. "Your time is up, sir," the bath attendant answered from behind the door. "I'm going out now." "What nonsense, time's up," Savinkov muttered. He poured water into a basin, wet a towel and a washcloth, threw everything on the Harley leather sofa and splashed water on the floor. 24. In the evening, Savinkov stood on Nevsky. Newspapermen ran in the darkness, shouting, "Murder of Minister Pleve." Savinkov did not understand who killed the minister. It seemed that it was not he who killed. Savinkov was holding a newspaper sheet. The minister was looking out of the morning frame. Sharp eyes, bristling mustache, VK. Pleve did not exist. Today at 9:49 on Izmailovsky Prospect near the Varshavskaya Hotel, an attacker whose name could not be established killed the Minister of Internal Affairs VK. Pleve with a bomb, thrown through the window of a carriage. The attacker himself was seriously wounded. In addition to the Minister of Internal Affairs, the coachman Filippov was killed, and Lieutenant of the Lifeguard Semenovsky Regiment Svedzinski, who was driving along the street, was also wounded. "Excuse me," said the gentleman. Savinkov felt that he had collided with someone. From the scene of the murder, the criminal was transported to the Alexandrovskaya Hospital for Laborers, where he was immediately operated on in the presence of the Minister of Justice Muravyov. During the interrogation, that took place immediately after the operation, and was conducted by investigator Korobchich Chernyavsky, the criminal refused to give his name. The police department has taken energetic measures to search for him, since it is assumed that the murder of the minister is the work of a terrorist organization. Alive. Alive. Savinkov repeated, crossing Nevsky between cabs, carriages, and coaches. Yegor is a hero. And suddenly he felt the pavement rise, the figures of Passersby float and crumble, oncoming carriages and buildings fall on him. Savinkov realized that he had to quickly enter this restaurant, where he had stopped. "What do you order, sir?" "Give me the map." "Yes, sir." "A ring of sterlet." "Yes, sir." and soon the footman ran up to him softly with a silver steaming bowl. 25. Praskova Semenovna Ivanovskaya, as a member of the BO, carried out the orders of her superior. Now, in Warsaw, she was not a cook, but a lady, in a black dress with light lace, in a straw hat, with an umbrella. Ivanovskaya noticed excitement in the whole figure of Azef, who appeared on Marshalkovskaya. Azef walked quickly, heavily, swinging his stomach. His face was crumpled, sleepy, distorted. He seemed to Ivanovskaya to be nailed. They should know everything by 1 o'clock. If they kill, there will be emergency releases. A telegram should come from Savinkov. This is terrible, he suddenly said, breathing heavily, pausing. To be far from comrades, to wait, like you and me, this is terrible. Ivanovskaya didn't answer, she walked with her head down. Let's go to the candy store. The white, clean candy store was empty. The girl brought them coffee and pastries. She walked away, sat down, sleepily looking out the window at Marshalkovskaya. An hour passed like this. They were silent almost the entire time. Ivanovskaya saw, Azef was becoming increasingly agitated. The ugly man, who had never aroused her sympathy, now aroused it. Azef was sweating, wiping his forehead. It's already 11:45, he said, turning his whole body. Something was bound to happen. Azef felt stuffy. He wiped his face hard. You should be calmer, Ivan Nikolaevich. Azef winced in pain. What are you saying? So you don't like your comrades? I love them, understand? They could all die now. Azef's face twitched, and he looked away from Ivanovskaya. Let's go, he suddenly said. I can't take it anymore. Ivanovskaya stood up. The sleepy girl came up, got the money, and sat down by the window again, looking at the street without doing anything. 26. She saw through the glass how a fat gentleman and an old lady, who had just been drinking coffee there, passed by that Sakura. But behind that Sakura the girl no longer saw how the fat gentleman almost ran to the newsboy who was shouting and selling special editions. A bomb has been thrown. With the newspaper in his hands, Azef took a few steps. His face was white and yellow. A bomb has been thrown. Nothing. Failure. He muttered in confusion. But the newsboys ran from different sides, overtaking, shouting. Klivego has been tortured. Azef snatched a piece of paper from one of them. Azef's hands were shaking violently. He read aloud. Klivego has been tortured. And suddenly he stopped, became haggard. His drooping arms dropped along his body, deathly pale, breathing heavily. Azef grabbed his lower back. Wait, he muttered. I can't walk. My lower back has gone numb. What do you mean by mutilated? Killed or wounded? Ivanovskaya asked. Maybe wounded? Azef groaned in fear. People were running along the streets with newspapers in their hands. Sheets with the inscription, Mutilated Plevego, began to appear in the windows of shops. I'll ask, what does mutilated Plevego mean? Are you crazy? We have to wait. I'd better go to the Varshavsky diary. Wait. Holding his lower back, Azef crossed the street. When he disappeared, Ivanovskaya couldn't stand it. It was a small shoe shop. What can I offer you? The Polish owner, shuffling politely, approached on short legs. The old woman, smiling, said, please tell me why they are shouting in the streets. What does Zamordovano mean? They killed Minister Plev, said the shoemaker. Zamordovano means killed. Thank you. Azef drove up in a cab. He was pale. The excitement still had not left him. Killed by a bomb. Done cleanly, he muttered. I was at the post office. Savinkov is arriving tomorrow. The meeting is at 2 o'clock at the Café de Paris. Buy a nice dress. The restaurant is first class. The second meeting is on Uyazdovskaya at 6. If I don't see Savinkov, tell him to gather his comrades to Geneva. Are you leaving? Azef looked her over from head to toe. I'm not going anywhere. I'm saying it just in case. You understand? You must definitely be there tomorrow. And now, farewell. 27. At the Café de Paris, where Praskova Semyonovna came in an expensive brown dress with lace, Azef was not there, and Savinkov was not there either. From 3 to 6, Praskova Semyonovna walked in the Polish elegant crowd on Ujazdowska alley, not far from the Café de Paris. And here she did not meet either Azef or Savinkov. Praskova Semyonovna walked in great excitement, not knowing what to do. In the jeweler shop, the arrow showed 7. It was useless to wait. Ivanovskaya went in the direction of Novi Svet. But suddenly, for a moment, a familiar, thin figure appeared near Ujazdowski Park. The gentleman was approaching, in a light suit, in a Panama hat. 2 steps away, he looked intently at Ivanovskaya. Praskovya Simonovna stopped. He looks like McCulloch, but not Savinkov. The gentleman walked straight towards her, smiling strangely, a smile that resembled a strange grimace. Praskovya Simonovna, is that you? Ivanovskaya said quietly. My god, you look like nothing. Even now, Ivanovskaya did not recognize him. His face was blue pale, sharpened in all its features, with empty, narrow, shining eyes. A different face. Ivanovskaya said helplessly, who? Tell me, who? Yega. Died. Badly wounded. My god, Yega, Ivanovskaya whispered, covering her face with her hands in lace gloves, tears welling up in the old woman's eyes. Let's sit down, Savinkov said. A festive crowd was passing by. Savinkov was telling about Yega, about the murder, about Sikorsky's arrest. Having finished, he added, I saw Azef, he was in a hurry, said he had to go, noticed surveillance, he left for Geneva. He asked me to tell them to gather comrades there. Yes, for the new case. Savinkov smiled with a strange, new, vague half smile. I didn't know that killing is difficult, Praskovya Simonovna. Now I know. It's easier to chop down a birch tree, to kill an animal, but it's difficult to kill a person. There is something incomprehensible in this, metaphysical. Where are you going now? Abroad? Ivanovskaya interrupted. Yes, Savinkov said, a bad beginning is a bad beginning.